The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey! Welcome on in to a Wednesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight, and please hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Oh, Brad. Quarterback room in Atlanta. It's looking like a hot mess. First, we got an update on both Michael Penix and Tua Tagovailoa today. Let's give you the worst news first. And that is Michael Penix told local media it could be, quote, another 4 weeks, end quote, before he returns to practice. We're talking about practice. It might be 4 weeks. That's right around the end of August. That would be after all 3 preseason games are scheduled for the Atlanta Falcons. Week 1 is Sunday, September 13th. Michael Penix might not be cleared, in his own words, for maybe another 4 weeks. Meanwhile, Tua, who took all of the first team reps in this spring and in OTAs because Penix is still returning from that ACL injury. Now Tua Tagovailoa is expected to miss camp due to a tight back. And apparently it's not that serious, but, I mean, this was like their first full day of practice, and Tua shows up to training camp with a bad back. So the Falcons signed Cooper Rush, who is the ultimate crutch if we get to the worst-case scenario on September 13th, and neither of these guys are ready to play. And then, on a related note, Bijan Robinson, arguably the best running back pound for pound in the NFL, is a camp hold-in. This is not the way the Atlanta Falcons with new head coach Kevin Stefanski wanted to start things off. I didn't think it was this bad with Penix. I thought he for sure would have been ready for week 1. And Brad, I mean, it's looking like it's Tua's job to lose now, if only he can stay healthy. But yikes, not a good start to camp for the Falcons.
Yeah, the masseuse is going to be working overtime on the trainer's table, to say the least. They get Tua Tagovailoa right, assist Michael Penix's recovery from that gnarly, nasty knee injury. This was kind of always my expectation, frankly. Heading into the regular season, kind of reading between the lines, the little drips of water that were coming out and the slow-moving information about Michael Penix and his recovery. If you just, kind of stared at it long enough, you could decipher, it was kind of up in the air, highly questionable that it was going to be ready for the week 1 opener, and it's not going to be an easy one by any stretch of the imagination against the Pittsburgh Steelers on the road. So as long as Tua's back, can get right, it's a little bit bulky at times. We know the history there. The various setbacks, the concussion issues that he had, of course, the Miami Dolphins. He will be the main man under center. He's got, eons really to go to get healthy, to get right, get a few snaps in, to shake off the rust and the dust, and be ready to, conquer, lock, and fire there against the Pittsburgh Steelers. But, it is disconcerting, to say the least. About to a situation. Penix, he might be ready, could possibly be in uniform in week 1, but I highly, highly doubt he's going to start week 1, even if he is in full pads. I don't think he'll be back by week 2. Heck, Pat, it could be a possibility that he's a PUP candidate, which means if he is placed on that list in advance of the regular season, he is going to miss the 4 first regular season games. And again, it is a murderer's or really tough road to hoe, to say the least, for the ATL to open up the season. Weeks 1 through 4, folks. Again, at Pittsburgh in week 1, home against Carolina. Mike Clay gives them only a 52% chance of winning that game. Then at Green Bay, they have a 20% chance of winning that one, according to Clay. And then at the intra-divisional rival New Orleans Saints. Well, I think they're going to be better than advertised, and Clay only gives Atlanta a 38% chance of winning that one. On top of that, we don't know who the WR2 in this offense is going to be. It's going to be Jahan Dotson, Olamide Zaccheaus, maybe Zachariah Branch, who I know you're rather high on, deep flyer in fantasy leagues that's already made a couple of splashy plays early in training camp. And then you got the Bijan situation as well. We know how long that's going to drag. Probably not too long, but the truck's going to get backed up and he's going to get paid. I tell you, man, put it all together, given the uncertainties right now with this entire team and under Kevin Stefanski, we fully expected this offense to possibly hum, especially with Drake London as your WR1 and really kind of Bijan Robinson, your default WR2. And you got, Kyle Pitts, a guy that get it done at the tight end position, though he's been a roller coaster ride in his career. I thought, frankly, his team was going to really be, not spectacular, but at least above average offensively. Defensively, they got a ton of questions on that end of the field. Ultimately, Atlanta could be rock bottom basement in the NFC South with Carolina, New Orleans, both ascending, in Tampa. And we'll see what shakes out with the Baker Mayfield situation, Vita Vea as well. But that team, assuming Baker and Vita are going to be on the field, certainly should be better than the ATL. So ominous start for the Falcons, who serve them up with a side of hot sauce, man. They're looking deep fried already.
310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. So, I mean, again, Brett, Tua having a back issue that flared up isn't great, but that shouldn't cause him to miss too much time. I think Michael Penix saying today that it could be another 4 weeks until he gets cleared, and that's cleared to return to practice. Unless, and even then, let's say he gets cleared on August 24th. They've played 2 preseason games. They've got 1 preseason game left to go against the Miami Dolphins on Friday, August 28th. That third preseason game is usually meaningless. It's usually for all the backups anyway. Let's say, though, Penix is cleared to play that preseason game and he plays. Or even worse, let's say he doesn't get cleared until after all 3 preseason games are played. Does this basically guarantee that Tua Tagovailoa is going to be the starting quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons here to start the year? Because if Penix can't play in any of those preseason games, then he's going to get cleared to return to practice with just 2 weeks before week 1. I just don't see any way how the Falcons could then give him the starting quarterback job unless Tua's back injury gets worse or Tua just looks downright horrendous in the preseason games. The chances of that happening when he's only going to play a quarter here, quarter in the second game, maybe he plays a full half in the first game. But again, does this not guarantee that Tua is the starting quarterback for the Falcons to start the year? Penix is going to get cleared to return to practice for maybe a month.
Yeah, doing the calculus in my head, I would probably give Tua Tagovailoa better than a 75% chance that he is going to be named the starter ahead of the week 1 affair on the road against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And, if he goes out there and, more than likely they're going to lose the game. They're going to be heavy dogs in that affair. But let's say he goes out and it goes for like 240, 260 yards, a couple of touchdowns. Maybe doesn't turn the rock over. Maybe there's only 1 INT. Maybe it's not his fault. Then you have to ask yourself, okay, is he going to get another start if Penix is ready in week 2? How long of a leash is there going to be for Tua Tagovailoa as the starter? And, I'm a betting man. I'm a man that tries to, speculate. I'm trying to analyze. I'm trying to read the tea leaves the best that I can. I'll put my money where my mouth is. If somebody wants to give me odds, BetMGM, right now that Tua Tagovailoa has more starts in the regular season this fall, I would take that wager as long as it's not like minus 200 or something outrageous. But if it's close to like even money or a standard juice like minus 115, minus 110, I think Tua will log more starts under center for this franchise than Michael Penix this year. Again, I know you have severe reservations and they're completely warranted about Tua Tagovailoa. You have been a champion for the cause of Michael Penix. But Penix, man,
that's right.
Is a guy that is still kind of progressing as a passing prospect. He was outside the top 30 last season, and adjusted completion percentage is tracked to Pro Football Focus. In other words, highly inaccurate. Tua Tagovailoa, despite his shortcomings and his overall issues, is a guy that completed right around 68% of his attempts last season with the Miami Dolphins. A lot of those were of the checkdown variety, Devon Achane, but you have as a superior, if not better, pass-catching running back in Bijan Robinson, who I think is locked in basically to 85 grabs, assuming he plays a full 17-game slate. So, again, I think Tua will get the keys in week 1. We'll see how he drives. As long as it's not off the cliff and he stays on the road, I think he's going to get at least another start or 3. And hell, Pat, there's a decent shot Tua could be the starter the entire season for the Atlanta Falcons.
I'd be shocked if that happens. I would be absolutely stunned, but that's a good question. 310-840-4910. Who starts at quarterback in Atlanta most of the season? Is it Tua, like Brad thinks, or is it Michael Penix, like I think? I guess I wasn't, I don't know. I expected a guy that, yes, I know it's his third ACL tear. I know he's had multiple surgeries, and for a guy that's only 26 years old, he's starting to look more like the Tin Man than anything else, Michael Penix. But I don't know. I guess not every ACL tear is the same. Not every Achilles tear is the same. But Daniel Jones tears his Achilles in December. He's good to go. George Kittle tears his Achilles in January. He is revving up to try to play week 1. Patrick Mahomes tears his ACL in middle of December, and he's going to play. But Michael Penix tears his ACL in week 11, and he's not going to be right. I just, whatever. I'm not a doctor. I don't practice medicine. So it's just a little surprising to me that he's not going to be good to go for week 1. But that's what the diagnosis is. That's what he told reporters today. So, yeah, that clears the runway for Tua to get the head start, for Tua to get the start to begin the season. As I've said it before, you mentioned it, I think Tua stinks. I think he's no longer the quarterback that he once was in Miami, and it's unfortunate, and I'll be blatantly honest, and I'm not saying this to put the guy down. I think the concussions have had an impact. I just don't think he is the same quarterback. And I think we're going to find that out once again. You could say, well, this offense has really good weapons for him. He gets rid of the ball quickly. London, we know Drake London is a tremendous one-on-one possession receiver. Pitts finally had a great season last year and was consistent. Bijan, the pound-for-pound best running back in football. They've got some other good weapons. They have a decent offensive line, and they don't have to worry like they did last year about, all right, well, one of our quarterbacks is a righty. That means his blindside protector is the left tackle. The other quarterback's a lefty when they had Cousins and Penix, and his blindside protector is the right tackle. We got to worry about different line protections and all this. Both your quarterbacks are lefties. That's fine. I just don't think Tua is a good quarterback. So I know Penix was inaccurate, but you know who we had a higher completion percentage than last season, Brad? Caleb Williams. And you know who had a higher touchdown and interception ratio than? Half the league. Small sample size, 9 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, but Penix has a rocket of an arm, and that is compared to every other NFL quarterback, and I think his upside is still the best and the highest in this team. It just stinks that he is trying to play catch-up now, and I'm sure he's continuing to learn the playbook and get all the mental reps and do everything to be prepared to run this offense, but he physically can't do it yet. And maybe I'm just underestimating what another knee surgery could do to him and his durability and his movement and all the rotational movements and the kinetic chain of energy that it takes to be a professional athlete, let alone an NFL quarterback. But I still think the Falcons' best chance of doing anything this year is with Penix under center. But, I mean, it feels like a guarantee at this point that Tua is going to start the year as QB1 because Penix won't be cleared until right around Labor Day.
Yeah, I think that's entirely warranted, and I understand your viewpoint. The thing about Penix is this: I thought he was going to be a heck of a lot better and almost instantaneous producer at the NFL level when he came in. I loved his game going back to his collegiate days. And a guy that I thought would, come in and deliver the goods right away. Whether it was the version I saw early in his collegiate career at Indiana or the one later in his collegiate career was put up some stupid numbers with the Washington Huskies. A guy that was deliver the ball crisply and accurately, but the mechanics, the delivery, it's wonky, man. It's weird. And I think because it's a little bit all over the map and not as tight as I would like to see, that's why his inaccuracy has really stood at the forefront as a glaring and major weakness to his overall game. Now, could he improve? Obviously, he's still a very young quarterback. It's all about getting the reps, establishing the chemistry, and building the rapport, and having a guy like Drake London, who's a true blue, surefire WR1, a guy that just has like vacuum hands and sucks up all kinds of targets. He's probably going to have at least 150 and not like 180 looks this year, because they, again, don't really have, a proven WR2 as of yet in this lineup. Though, the exciting pass catchers and Bijan Robinson and Kyle Pitts on this roster. But Penix is going to be way behind the 8 ball. And again, Tua is going to have ample opportunity to solidify his stance as the true QB1 in this offense. Though, let's be honest, and I think you and I both believe on this perspective I'm about to toss out. Kevin Stefanski, he wants to run the damn ball, man. Did it often in Cleveland. I think this offensive line will be slightly above average, and you mentioned it. He's got the tour de force at running back in Bijan Robinson, a guy is going to be a popular number 1 overall pick in fantasy football drafts. So if you want to alleviate pressure on Tua Tagovailoa early in the season, or alleviate the pressure on Michael Penix if he is given the nod at some point this year, feed the beast, my man, and let the dude eat. Bijan Robinson is going to put up at least, and this is not crazy to say, 2,000 combined yards this year, as long as he plays 17 games. Bank on it.
Yeah, I agree. Look, are you worried at all, though, about this hold in here? Like, any chance that this even gets remotely ugly, or is this just in the matter of the next couple of days here, Bijan Robinson is going to be the highest paid running back or the second highest paid running back in the NFL? Because it's one thing if it's just the quarterbacks, neither of them could be on the field right now, but then other than that, your star player, the best running back in football, is also a camp hold-in. I tend to think no big deal, because why wouldn't the Falcons back up the Brink truck for Bijan Robinson? Are you worried at all, though, Brad, about him holding in right now and not being on the field with the team?
It's really fascinating, Pat. I saw that Jahmyr Gibbs is also holding right now with the Detroit Lions. Those guys are going literally 1 and 2 in fantasy football drafts. The top 2 overall picks are hold-ins right now. A lot of people, we're not even close to the peak draft season. That usually doesn't occur until like the last week of August. But everybody's going to be on pins and needles. People are going to be examining their feeds every single day to see if those guys have signed on the dotted line and the ink is dry. I don't care if this thing were to drag like 2 or 3 weeks. Honestly, I don't want to see Bijan Robinson anywhere near the field in the exhibition in the preseason. I want him to stay healthy and upright. If this thing were to drag and he eventually, crumbles, or Atlanta folds, whoever has got the position here, and I think probably Bijan does, because he's the heart and soul, the centerpiece of this offense, the dude eventually is going to get paid, and I don't give a damn if he suits up a single second or not in the preseason. All I care about is him being all systems go week 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I wonder if they are maybe like kind of having a you-know-what contest or a staring contest. Like Bijan Robinson and his team are like, all right, we're going to wait for Jahmyr Gibbs to get paid because we know that Bijan's contract is going to top that. And maybe Jahmyr Gibbs and his camp are like, let's see what Bijan gets, so we know that we're going to come in right around the same, if not just a little bit lower than that, right? Because the Lions, they've already got a bunch of big contracts on the book. So as much as they want to pay Jahmyr Gibbs, and rightfully so, you've got to fit him into the salary cap. The Falcons, they have a little bit more space in their salary cap. So I would think Bijan's going to get the top contract and Jahmyr Gibbs will fall right under that. But maybe that holds up the proceedings, because these guys are kind of looking at each other over the great Midwest, right? Atlanta to Detroit. And they're kind of saying, all right, I want to see you get paid first. Then I'll get paid. No, I want to see, you get paid. So I make sure that I'm not getting shafted on my deal. And maybe that holds things up. I don't know. I mean, it's rare that the top 2 running backs in the game are due for a contract extension basically at the same time, and now have decided to hold in at their respective camps. So that's a bit strange. And I wonder how the timing shakes out on that.
Yeah, I'm thinking in my head right now that scene in Braveheart. Mel Gibson, William Wallace is standing his ground,
Yes.
and the Scots are holding their poles in place, and as the British are charging, and they go, "Hold, hold." Do you think Bijan and Jameer Gibbs are calling each other, and all they're saying is, "Hold, hold"? Yeah, I think they're probably doing that. Somebody's gonna blink first. Ultimately, the agents will decide everything, but they both have maximum leverage because they are indispensable to either franchise, and it's pivotal. Those guys do get signed in time if either one of those teams has any playoff aspirations in 2026.
Yeah, Saquon Barkley's latest contract that he got last year from the Eagles, $20.6 million per year. Christian McCaffrey, $19 million per year. And then Achane and Derrick Henry, third and fourth, with 16 and 15. I would think without a doubt, Bijan and Jameer Gibbs, their contracts, AAV, average annual value, is going to absolutely start with a 2. Probably going to be 21, if not 22, maybe even more. Because think about it, those guys are both young. Bijan is only 24.
Yep.
Jameer Gibbs is what, same age, right? He's 24 as well. I mean, hell, it wouldn't stun me, Brad, if actually those average annual values for those guys are $25 million per year.
Woo!
Because they're not just your traditional running backs. They touch the ball 20 to 25 times a game, and they are big-time threats in the passing game as well. So it'll be interesting to see what they do get and when they get it. 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. But getting back to the Falcons quarterback room, we want to hear from you. Who starts at quarterback in Atlanta for the majority of the season? Is it going to be Tua, who seemingly has the head up right now, with Penix telling reporters today he won't be cleared for about 4 weeks? Or do you think, like me, that it ultimately will be Penix because he's better, because he's got a higher ceiling, and or because Tua stinks? We'll get you your calls and your texts when we return, 310-840-4910. We'll also do another round of buying or BS as we're getting more and more juicy training camp news every single day. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Just getting rolling on this Wednesday. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
We'll play some sound for you tomorrow on the show as more Big Ten coaches address the media in Chicago at Media Day. But I wanted to offer this on the top 3 schools in the Big Ten, because I find it very interesting that you can look at Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana and pretty clearly poke a big hole in each team's chances of winning a national championship. They are 3 of the top 5 teams on the odds board. The Big Ten, I know it's a huge conversation in college football circles, college football shows. Has the Big Ten replaced the SEC as the preeminent conference in college football? The last 3 national championship winners would seem to say yes. And again, Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana, 3 of the top 5 teams on the odds board to win this year's Natty. So one big reason here why each of these teams could fall short of its ultimate goal. For Indiana, it's an easy one, right? Can Josh Hoover, the transfer quarterback from TCU, can he give you 80% of what Fernando Mendoza gave last year? That might sound like I'm insulting Hoover. I don't think it is. Mendoza won the Heisman, won the national championship, and was the first pick in the draft. Can Hoover possibly live up to those standards? If he does, Indiana can absolutely go back-to-back. I think Charlie Becker is going to have a monster year catching the ball in this Indiana offense. So Hoover, the question mark in Indiana. For Oregon and Dan Lanning and Dante Moore, who returned so much talent, Kanish just told you, the only team he's bet to win the Natty is Oregon. Can they beat the best teams? That's the book on Oregon. They destroy everybody except for the very best teams every year. Can they scale that final mountain? Can they slay Ohio State? Can they slay Indiana this year? If they can win the Natty. And for Ohio State, Ryan Day strikes me as the type of guy that bungled his way into, stealing the Maltese Falcon or the Mona Lisa from the Louvre and got away with it and was lucky to get away with it. And then decides the next morning, you know what? I'm going to hit him today for a Monet. I'm going back. Last year, a lot of us questioned we were wrong. What the hell is he thinking hiring Matt Patricia to run his defense? To be fair, Matt Patricia was awesome calling the defense last year. The Ohio State defense was like the 85 Bears of college football. They were amazing. The offense just couldn't get it together in the playoffs, right? Against Miami and then in the Big Ten title game against Indiana. Do you know, dear listener, dear viewer, are you aware of who is the offensive coordinator this year at Ohio State? Do you know who it is? If you don't, you are in for a treat. It is former Atlanta Falcons head coach. Last year called the plays on offense in Pittsburgh. Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator this year for Ohio State, which probably means Jeremiah Smith will basically be a decoy. I don't know if the NIL rules, can they sign Jonnu Smith to play this year? Can Tyler Algier play for the Cardinals on Sunday, but then run the ball for Ohio State on Saturdays? We know what Arthur Smith wants to do. Take the best players on offense and not give them the ball because he's smarter than everybody else. To be fair, I thought Patricia would be a disaster. I was wrong. Also, they had 1 million draft picks, but still, I was wrong. I can't wait to see if I'm going to be wrong about Arthur Smith. So those are the 3 big teams in the Big Ten, all with big-time question marks entering this season.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Opening segment of the show, talking about the Atlanta Falcons' hot mess of a quarterback room. Injuries galore. Well, we knew that Michael Penix was injured coming back from the torn ACL, but he told reporters today it could be 4 weeks before he even gets cleared to return to practice. We talking about practice. We're not talking about cleared for a game. We're talking about cleared for practice. Could be 4 weeks for Michael Penix. And then Tua, he's going to miss some time with a tight back. So the Falcons, for the time being, have brought in Cooper Rush. That's right. The veteran that just will not say quit, Mr. Cooper Rush. Add that to Bijan Robinson being a training camp hold-in, and it's a bit of a rough first 48 hours of camp for the Atlanta Falcons. 310-840-4910. So that seems like nobody's really buying a whole lot of stock in the Atlanta Falcons, at least right now, Brad. But are you buying other stories? Are you buying stock elsewhere? How about another round of buying or BS NFL training camp edition. What's the premise?
Yeah, the premise is there's a lot of information that's coming out hot and heavy every single day this time of year. There's a lot of hype that's going on out there. There's some guys that are being downplayed. So based on the factoids or perspectives that are coming out of camp, we're going to get you up to speed on those. And then we're going to decide, based on the statement I create off that information, whether we're buying it or it's a heaping, stinky, smelly pile of BS.
Let's go. Let's rock and roll, baby. What do you got for us first here, Brad?
All right, one that absolutely blew my socks off yesterday when I saw it. Zach Charbonnet all day of your world champion Seattle Seahawks, coming off an ACL injury suffered in the postseason last year, is a, quote, potential close call, end quote, to be ready for week 1, according to NFL insider Albert Breer. So knowing that information, here is where you got to buy or decide if it's BS. Charbonnet is active week 1 for the Seahawks in their Super Bowl rematch against the New England Patriots. Are you going to buy or is that BS?
I mean, look, we were just talking about this last segment. Not every torn ACL and not every torn Achilles is created equally. Daniel Jones tears his Achilles in December. He is apparently going to be ready to go for week 1. Mahomes tears his ACL in December. He's going to be ready. Penix tears his ACL in November. He's nowhere close to being ready just yet. Or, not even he's still at least 4 weeks away. And then Charbonnet, who you mentioned, tears the ACL in January in the first playoff game. And he's a potential close call? I mean, logic would say it's BS because that gives him 8 months to be fully cleared, but who the hell knows? It wouldn't shock me if he ends up playing week 1 in that Super Bowl rematch against the Patriots. And the Seahawks, based on what they've done so far in the offseason, I know they drafted my guy, Jadarian Price from Notre Dame, and he would definitely be the starting running back until Charbonnet comes back. But it feels like they have felt confident all offseason. Like, yeah, even if he misses some time, it ain't going to be much. So I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it. For now, I'm going to say it's BS.
I think it's a heaping pile of BS, quite frankly. I still feel he is a strong PUP candidate to begin the regular season, which means he would miss the first 4 games of the year against the New England Patriots in that opener at Arizona, at Washington, a pair of really softball matchups. So on the road. And then they come back against the LA Chargers in Seattle in week 4. I mean, they have depth in that backfield. Of course, Jadarian Price, they're coming a draft pick, the last pick of round 1 in this year's NFL draft. He's looked really splashy so far in training camp. He's catching everything inside, been working on his hands game. And a guy, as you know, from his days at Notre Dame, is a compliment of Jeremiah Love. Can be an explosive runner in his own right. I think he is pretty much locked in to at least 11 to 13 touches in the opener. George Holani is going to be the change of pace guy. They got Emmanuel Wilson as well, who's came over the Green Bay Packers and has looked good in brief instances in the NFL when he's gotten some runs. So they can play the long game here and slow play this overall with Zach Charbonnet. Why rush him back? I understand modern medicine is awesome, and these guys are recovering and recuperating at a lightning pace, but there is no reason to clack it, roll the dice, and risk any kind of repercussion rushing him back in time for week 1. So, no, I still think he's going to be a pup guy when it's all said and done. He will miss the first 4 games of the regular season. He is not going to be on the field in week 1 because, honestly, we heard like even a month ago, there was a possibility he may miss the first half of the season. Now, all of a sudden, he could be ready for week 1.
Humbug. Humbug, says Brad.
Yeah, that is indeed
right.
correct.
What's number 2 on the docket?
I think you do. You're always thirsty for more. Number 2, coming off a dangerous blood clot, New Orleans wide receiver Chris Olave has, quote, no restrictions, end quote, in Saints training camp. So here's the statement. Buying or is it BS, Pat? Chris Olave finishes in the neighborhood of 85 catches for 1,100 yards and 6 to 8 touchdowns this upcoming season. a top 10 wide receiver in PPR fantasy leagues. Are you buying or is that BS?
All right. 85, neighborhood of 85 catches for 1,100 yards and 6 to 8 touchdowns. Last year, Chris Olave had arguably the best season of his entire career. He had 100 catches for over 1,100 yards and 9 touchdowns. So can he basically repeat that? He played 16 games. Oh man, I don't know. As much as I want to buy it, I'm not going to say that Chris Olave is a guy that is cursed with all those concussions that he suffered in 2024 that kind of jeopardized his career. I hope those don't rear their ugly head for sure. But again, dangerous blood clots in the offseason. Didn't participate in team drills today. He was on blood thinners this offseason. On top of that, even if he plays all 16 games, that was a monster season he had a year ago. Can he replicate that? I don't think so. I don't. I'm going to say it's BS. I know. And again, I'm not as high as a lot of other people are and thinking that the Saints are going to take a big leap this year, that Tyler Shuck's going to take a big leap. That doesn't mean that Chris Olave still can't have a great season. He's clearly an awesome wide receiver. And they brought in Travis Etienne to help bolster that and boost that run game. Alvin Kamara's back with the team, but who knows what even kind of role he's even going to have on this team. So Travis Etienne should take the pressure off the passing game. They also drafted Jordan Tyson, the big receiver from Arizona State. They have Devon Vele. They've got Jalen Polk. Their tight end is now Juwan Johnson. I just think that is a lot of expectations to put on Chris Olave. And after the season he had last year, teams are going to go back to double teaming him again. And they're going to force somebody else. All right, Rook, Jordan Tyson, you go ahead and beat us downfield. You beat our corners. All right, Juwan Johnson, you become a guy that has to get 5, 6, 7 yards, and we'll let you get it underneath. We ain't giving you downfield. We're not letting you beat us down the field. And teams that are probably going to pay close attention to that Saints running game and try to snuff things out on Travis Etienne. But I just think it's going to be very, very tough for Chris Olave to replicate the season he had last year. So at the expense of me looking like a doubter and a hater, I'm going to say BS again.
I'm buying it, man. This is where I have him ranked right now in my preseason fantasy football rankings. I got him sandwiched in between Nico Collins and Devontae Smith. Yeah, the Slim Reaper. That's at number 9 overall among wide receivers is where I have Olave. I think he can replicate what he did last season. Mike Lade, ESPN's got it projected for 142 targets this year, 90 grabs, 1,162 yards, and 6 touchdowns. He was number 1 among all NFL wide receivers a year ago in total air yards. He was number 1 in deep ball targets. He was also top 15 in red zone targets, an appreciable number 23 in total yak, number 20 in yards per route run. And most interestingly, Pat, he was number 1 in unrealized air yards and number 51 in catchable target rate. So Tyler Shuck can continue to make strides, continue to grow, build that rapport and chemistry, and deliver the ball crisply and accurately. Chris Olave, he could have an even better season as long as he's on the field. So I'm buying it. All right, one more before we got to take a little siesta. Speaking of another wide receiver, according to the Boston Herald's Andrew Callahan, A.J. Brown's downfield struggles have been, quote, noteworthy, end quote, so far in camp. 4 days in to Patriots training camp, Drake made A.J. Brown is 1 of 7 with an INT. So with that information coursing through your cerebral cortex, buying or BS, Pat, assuming he plays 17 games, A.J. Brown doesn't finish as a top 10 wide receiver in overall fantasy production. What do you say?
Yeah, I'm buying it. I saw Mike Vrabel basically ripped into him on one of the first days of camp, and A.J. Brown was like, he gets me. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine now in training camp. I'd like to see how things go during the season if we get a little Mike Vrabel and A.J. Brown dust up on the sidelines, or if A.J. Brown is back to his usual antics, if he's on his Twitch stream and, playing Madden, throwing himself the ball because it's the only time he gets it, or, he's reading books on the sideline. Look, A.J. Brown has been a circus, and I'm not going to put a lot of those struggles of the Eagles offense on him from last year. But again, this is a guy that literally said on his Instagram post 2 days after the Eagles won the Super Bowl, yeah, the feeling of winning is already worn off because I didn't dominate. So we know that A.J. Brown is all about A.J. Brown. And last year, Stephon Diggs was clearly the most favorite target for Drake May, and he only had 85 catches. Not only, but he had 85 catches. He had 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns. That's not top 10. Those are good numbers, but it's not top 10. So there's other weapons on this team that the Patriots want to get the ball to. Newly acquired Romeo Doubs, Kayshon Boutte, who, Brad, we talked about yesterday, is having a great training camp.
Yep.
We know Mac Hollins. He grew in size and stature and importance on this offense as the year went on. They've got Pop Douglas that they'll occasionally use as well, and Hunter Henry, not to mention the two-headed running game of Ramondre and Travion Henderson. I just don't think there's enough. There's too many bodies that the Patriots want to keep a balanced offense with, especially with Josh McDaniels as that offensive coordinator. Outside of like the 1 year where it was Randy Moss breaking records with Brady, the Patriots have always had a balanced offense. They don't like to just make one person the focal point, and I think that's going to be the same thing here this year. And A.J. Brown is not having a top 10 season, in my opinion. That, and I think the Patriots are due for just some regression either way because they're not playing a cupcake schedule this year. So, yeah, A.J. Brown will not finish as a top 10 receiver. I'm buying it.
I'm buying it too. I think he's probably going to be close. I think he'll maybe just tuck inside the top 15, but it could be worse than that, quite frankly, because of the ego. Is he going to be an unhappy camper at some point in the regular season like we saw in Philadelphia? Does it go sideways in a hurry? And you bring up what I feel is the most important point. It's the strength of schedule, right? Right now, entering the NFL regular season, all New England wide receivers have the 5th hardest fantasy football strength of schedule of any team in the NFL. I put on top of that, he was only number 27 in total yak last season. You look at the QB rating when targeted, just a measly 99.3. Now, Drake May, certainly more accurate than Jalen Hurts. But, again, that schedule is downright daunting. And A.J. Brown, too, he was only number 78 last season in average separation yards per target. So not a lot of breathing room. He can definitely, skewer you, can destroy you on some of the quick slant action, get a little bit of space and, catch it, and he gone. It can take off. But you mentioned Kayshon Boutte, stepping up his game and some of their mouths to feed. You put all together, I think disappointment seems inevitable yet again for A.J. Brown. So usually I get down with them Browns, but not this version. I will pass on A.J. in fantasy this year.
Oh, we know you get down with Chase Brown. That's for damn sure. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. We'll take your calls and your texts on any of those players that we mentioned. Charbonnet coming off an ACL injury. Potential close call to be ready for week 1. Don't know about that. What kind of year does Chris Olave have? What kind of year does A.J. Brown have with the Patriots? We'll get your calls and your texts, 310-840-4910. But we're going to go streaking when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Why doesn't Jerry Jones call Mark Davis or John Spytek or Tom Brady and try to get Max Crosby to Dallas? Tell me why that shouldn't happen. Tell me why it doesn't make sense for the Las Vegas Raiders to move on from Crosby. They can't win. They cannot win. So why keep him on the roster? Get future capital so you can win down the road. Makes sense, right? This is what I was saying about the Browns and Myles Garrett. And a lot of you said I was nuts. Oh, my God, you can't. He just won Defensive Player of the Year and set the sack record. You can't trade him. You can't? Really? You can't? You lose 1,000,000 games with him. You can lose 1,000,000 games without him. Of course you can trade Matt. Crosby's great. He's awesome. But he's not enough. No one's enough single-handedly defensive pass rusher to take a bad team and make it great. Because if it were true that it could happen, the Browns would have made the playoffs last year with Myles Garrett. So trading Max Crosby gives the Raiders a better chance of being good down the line, which is the timeline they're on with their first overall pick at quarterback. And the Cowboys, on the other side of this, are ready to push their chips in. Right? George Pickens under contract for this year. Dak's not a young man anymore as far by NFL standards, right? The offensive line's really good. Javonte Williams is an underrated running back. You've got this infusion of youth and playmaking on defense with an exciting new defensive coordinator. You put Max Crosby in the mix there? Maybe right now you like the Eagles in the NFCs. We'll talk about the Eagles later in the show and their extension of Jalen Carter. And I'm really high on the Eagles this year. Maybe you like the Eagles in the NFC East. If I asked you right now, Max Crosby's on the Cowboys. The Cowboys trade a future one and maybe something else. Not 2 ones, but a future one and maybe something else for Max Crosby. He's on the Cowboys this year. Who are you picking to win the NFC East? Does it change your thought process? If you think the Cowboys will be on the outside looking in of the playoffs this year, like there's no way unless you're a gigantic hater you think they're going like 4-13, right? So if they're going to miss the playoffs, they're not going to miss it by much. What if Max Crosby's on the team? Now, for Atlanta, Tua could be back in 5 days, in which case, no big deal. But if this is going to be something that lingers, I mean, they're beyond screwed. Like, you can't have this. Now, you know, because you've been listening to the show, watching the show, that I said literally like the day the Falcons signed Tua. Tua's going to be the Falcons starting quarterback this season. And he should be. He absolutely should be. He was not good, obviously, last year in Miami, and obviously wore his welcome out in Miami. But let's not forget this, and this is not me making the case for Tua to win MVP or win the Super Bowl. I'm not saying that. But there were points in his Miami tenure where we're towards the end of the year, and he's up there in the MVP odds. Like, he led them to the playoffs a couple times. The games didn't go great. The game in Kansas City, he got hurt before the Buffalo game. But he did not. Tua Tagovailoa does not suck. He might not be as good as Justin Herbert or Joe Burrow, also picked in the top 10 of the NFL draft in 2021. He might not be that, but he's definitely not bad. He's not bad. And in this Kevin Stefanski offense, where he just needs to be the point guard, get the ball to Drake London and to Kyle Pitts and obviously to Bijan Robinson, I think Stefanski's a really good coach. They retained defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich. It looks like James Pierce Jr. is going to be able to play this year. Maybe he's suspended to start the year, but he showed a ton of promise last year as a rookie pass rusher. If you told me Tua plays in every game this year, I'm taking the Falcons to win the division. It cannot be Michael Penix. It can't, with how he looked last year. Like, okay, Penix has a better arm than Tua, but he's inaccurate. I'll take the accurate quarterback who can't, fire a piss missile 60 yards down the field, especially in this Kevin Stefanski offense. So the signing of Cooper Rush.
Late games and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Crack. That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game with our friends at BetMGM. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward, depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. Here's how it works. Play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. So there you go. With that being said, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. We've got a pretty busy Wednesday night in Major League Baseball. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! All righty, we go around the room. Everybody on the crew picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. Last night, we went 3 for 5. I let us down. Thank you, Jose Ramirez. And Zach went to the well again with Wilson Contreras. And again, he let him down. 2 straight nights in a row, Wilson Contreras does not get a hit for our guy, Zach. But our guy, Monty, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, he is looking for a streak of 5 tonight. Our guy, Lee DeLapp in our Westwood One studios, he's looking for a streak of 5. And Brad, you're looking for a streak of 2, my friend. So go ahead and kick us off, because I got a feeling you and I are picking from the same game. What do you got?
Oh, yeah. Let's go with the Cleveland Guardian and Kyle Manzardo in the battle for Ohio, taking on the Cincinnati Reds. They were along the Ohio River, and I think he will take me streaking at 2. You look at Manzardo batting a robust 375 against the Reds this season, and he's 6-9 lifetime against Brady Singer, with 3 of those hits being doubles. You look at Singer, he's got a 2.98 home ERA. Yeah, in the Great American Bandbox, he's done a masterful job, but he's given up a 295 batting average to left-handed hitters, which Manzardo is. So Kyle Manzardo is my pick to click, and hopefully your boy is streaking to numero dos.
Yeah, I'm going also with the Guardian. I'm going with the Guardian lefty. I'm going to hit the Quan. Give me Stephen Kwan, the leadoff hitter for the Cleveland Guardians, not having the season that he is accustomed to. Guy that's normally got that batting average up around 300. This year, just 245, but it was a miserable first half of the season for Stephen Kwan, and his batting average at one point was under the freaking Mendoza line. So he's up to 245, and that's because he has been raking in the month of July, hitting 371. There's only 4 games this month that Stephen Kwan does not have a hit. So, again, the batting average isn't pretty, but obviously better against righties, hitting nearly 275. And you mentioned, Brad, Brady Singer, batting average against of nearly 300 against left-handed hitters. Give me Stephen Kwan, who, by the way, lifetime 9 for 27 off Brady Singer. So, Brad and I going with a couple of Guardians. Let's go to our video producer, Monty, a.k.a. Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. the owner and operator of batters-box.com. The hyphen, Monty, you've got tied for the longest active streak. You and Lee, who you going with tonight?
Give me the AL MVP. Give me Jordan against Grayson Rodriguez, the 4th highest rated hitter on my board at batters-box.com. One of just 2 hitters with an elite rating in the 3 key categories I look at: WOBA, ISO, and hard contact rate. Rodriguez getting smoked by lefties this season, 53% hard hit rate, WOBA over 500, which is insane, hitting nearly 400 with an OPS over 1100, 245 games with an elite rating for Jordan, getting a hit 67% of the time, and 5-star pitch arsenal coverage for Jordan, hitting well against literally every single pitch Grayson throws. So I think he's going to get at least 1 hit tonight, maybe a homer, maybe 2.
Oh,
Ooh,
maybe
maybe
2. Maybe 2 homers, Monty says. All right, let's go to Zach Kroll, who's filling in for producer Brandon Combs. Zach, you went with Wilson Contreras last night, and for the second straight night, you got burned. Who you going with tonight? Zach, you're muted. You're still muted.
Catcher.
There you go.
Give me the Red Sox catcher one more time. We're running it back with him.
Oh, he's going back to him. He's going back to Wilson Contreras. All right, we got 10 seconds. Hold on. 10 seconds really quickly because he's going for 5 in a row. Lee in our Westwood One studios. Lee, who are you going with?
Drake Baldwin in a doubleheader against the Mets. I got lots to say about it, but he's hit safely in the last 7 straight. So let's go Drake Baldwin.
There you go. Me and Brad going with a couple of Guardians. Stephen Kwan, Kyle Manzardo. Monty's going with Jordan. Lee is going with Drake Baldwin. Zach, third straight time with Wilson Contreras. That's plus 412 odds. We'll do our 3-point stance on the Niners when we come back.
This is
And if it's true, right, and I believe it is, that the upside for the Las Vegas Raiders is to not win 10 games this year. Like, they're not going to the playoffs. So even if, which would be an unmitigated disaster, if Kirk Cousins starts 17 games this year for the Raiders, it should mean that they're in playoff contention, right? That's the only reason they would do it. Like, there's no way that happens. It's not possible, given the division they play in and the lack of talent overall on the roster. And they can fix that heading into next season, right? So if that's true, and there's no ultimate upside here, then what is the point of playing Kirk Cousins? Why do you play him? And I don't want to hear, well, the Chiefs sat Patrick Mahomes. Okay, like, the Chiefs had Alex Smith, and, like, we're a winning team under Andy Reid. Not with a first-year head coach. That's not what this is. Like, okay, Aaron Rodgers sat for years behind Brett Favre. Jordan Love sat for years behind Aaron Rodgers. We can play this game any way you want. I can bring up the quarterbacks that played immediately and had success. I don't want to hear it. I don't understand the points here. So what? So you can win 6 games with Kirk Cousins? Why? Like, why? Mendoza has to get reps under center. You want him to face live bullets. You just gave him $57 million guaranteed. He represents a hope for this, a legitimate hope, not like a Jamarcus Russell hope, a legitimate hope for this franchise that they can maybe, one day potentially win a couple playoff games, which they haven't done in 2 decades. Mendoza can maybe make that happen for you. We just saw it happen at Indiana. And every single first-team rep that he does not get, that Kirk Cousins gets instead, is a waste. Is a waste. And if Kirk Cousins is under center, week 1 at home against the Miami, like, the Raiders are going to win that game, right? With Kirk Cousins starting. You would think, given how bad Miami is. Miami at the start of one of the great rebuilds we've ever seen in sports. Raiders can win that game with Kirk Cousins. Do you know who else they can probably win that game with? Fernando Mendoza. Just get it over with. Like, rip the Band-Aid off and play the kid. It is a gigantic, gigantic deal for Team USA, for Pochettino to potentially return. I know that the game against Belgium didn't go the way any of us wanted it to go. I know that. But it's also true that the United States, and I know this because I've been watching since 1990. I remember the 1990 World Cup and certainly 1994. The United States has never played as well, and you can bring up 2002, I get it. Like, I watched those games also. They never played attacking football, attacking soccer like they did in this World Cup. They've never done it before. Even if the result at the end was not what we wanted, and they bowed out terribly, unlike in 2002 when the United States barely lost to a Germany team that boasted the best player in the World Cup, the Golden Ball winner, in keeper Oliver Kahn, that lost in the final to Brazil. They never played in 2002 as well as they did, reach those heights that they did in this World Cup. With a bunch of young players who all have a ton of potential. I don't know if it would have been a disaster, only because, like, I don't know who they would have hired to replace him. Maybe it would have been someone really good also. But I didn't want that to even potentially be a thing. And it won't be now, reportedly. So we don't know for sure that Pochettino will return, but it looks like he's going to. And that is great, great news for United States soccer fans, because if he's back coaching this team at the 2030 World Cup, I legitimately believe that our expectations can be a little high here. And that's really fun. And there will be higher expectations heading into 2030 than there were heading into this 2026 World Cup when the United States won the group and won a game in the knockout stage. So again, per our friends at The Athletic, it looks like Pochettino will return as the coach of the United States team. Close on the deal is the headline, courtesy of The Athletic. So good stuff.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Wednesday night get-together kicks off right now. Don't forget, you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could also watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Brad was just asking me about the sports broadcasting camp that I've been an instructor. I know, right? They let me instruct the youth. They let me educate the youth. That I've been an instructor at all week at Seton Hall University in North New Jersey, and all throughout the week. You know, campers who range from ages 10 to 18. Pat, where can we listen to the show? Where can we listen to the show? And so there you go. There's like, you got so many different ways. They're like, but wait, the show's not on here in the air. I'm like, no, because that's WFAN. But yeah, you can listen to the show. It's so easy. The Westwood One Sports app, which is a great app. You can listen to all primetime NFL games via Westwood One throughout the season. The Odyssey app, which is super easy to use. We're on in over 100 cities every single day, including Chicago, Los Angeles, some other major cities as well. But SiriusXM Channel 375 if you have it. And don't forget, it's right in the palm of your hands. Watch us on Twitter. Everybody's got Twitter. Yep. Everybody's got YouTube. BetMGM Tonight. Very easy. So talk and text line to join the show. 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Fun show so far. Talked a lot about the Falcons quarterback, injury updates. Michael Penix might be a month until he's cleared for practice. Tua's got a bad back. Bijan Robinson at training camp. Holden. Not an ideal start to the beginning of training camp for the Atlanta Falcons. We hit some of the other big training camp news and notes of the day. We just went streaking. Coming up in about 15 minutes from now, Evan Giddings is going to join us. He's a host for 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Can't wait to talk to him about the 49ers. And so to kick off hour number 2, let's talk some San Francisco 49ers. Brad, will you believe it, my man? We're almost at the end of our 3-point stance. We've been hitting every team in the NFL from pick number 1 in the draft. We are near the end here with just over a week until the first preseason game, that Hall of Fame game. And we had some unfortunate news today in San Francisco with Ricky Pearsall dealing with knee swelling related to the PCL injury that he dealt with last year. And according to Nick Wagner, quote unquote, all options are being explored. He missed 9 total games a season ago. And for a 49ers team that, Brad, every year we're talking about injuries to star players and their critical, most valuable players. We haven't even been in training camp for more than a couple of days. And Ricky Pearsall is seemingly immediately on the shelf. And it could be much, much worse. This is not a good start for the 49ers. Injuries again already.
Yeah, Christian Kirk also dinged up right now. He's not on the field. Of course, George Kittle trying to make his way back, coming off that devastating Achilles injury, though he's trending in the right direction. We hope he's going to be ready in week 1. All I am asking and imploring is, football gods, don't you dare touch Christian McCaffrey. You make sure that he's healthy. We need him upright like we saw last year and be the do-it-all tour de force that he really is. Brock Purdy, hopefully, will be able to dodge the menacing and nasty and gnarly injury imp as well. But getting back to Pearsall, man, he's been wearing one of those compression sleeves on his knee all off season through the OTAs and early on in training camp. But yeah, this swelling, man, it's not going to go away. And I was reading some medical doctors' perspectives on the internet, just their 2 cents, their opinions. So take it for what it's worth. A procedure like this, and if you have ongoing swelling in the knee, one of the options that is likely going to be on the table is going under the knife yet again. If they go in there and do another cleanup procedure, it's not like he's going to be back in 4 to 6 weeks. That would be a season-ending surgery. So, of course, they're going to exhaust all angles. They want him out there on the field. He's got explosive wheels. We saw it in instances last year before he succumbed that PCL injury. And a guy that can really stretch the field. But, yeah, I'm telling you, man, it could be a long shot that Ricky Pearsall is eager to play half the games, even if he plays a single game in the 2026 NFL season, but they have a crutch to lean on in this offense. I'm going to share that. I don't want to give it away quite yet. And it's somebody that's making just enormous, like tsunami-sized waves in a good way already in San Francisco training camp.
Yeah, and before we get there, Brad, to me, it feels like this season with a team that's got aging superstars. And I'm not trying to be an ageist, but let's call it for what it's worth. Christian McCaffrey is now 30. We know his injury passed. Again, I agree with you. Don't make sure those calves are good. We don't need him going to Germany to see any specialists here this season. Mike Evans, who they just brought in, 32. And you mentioned Kittle coming off the torn Achilles, 32 years old. Not to mention some of the best defensive players, like Nick Bosa, also coming off of a season-ending injury, 28. He's not like he's on the wrong side of 30, but he's not a spring chicken. And Fred Warner coming off of that gruesome ankle injury last year. And the star and the heart and soul of this defense, 29. It feels like, for me, this is kind of the last year the Niners have a legit shot at winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because this window can only be open for so long. And this is a team that in the last, going back to 2019, this is what they've done. Lost in the Super Bowl, missed the playoffs, lost in the NFC title game, lost in the NFC title game, lost in the Super Bowl, missed the playoffs, lost in the divisional round. But they have been the most consistent force in the NFC for the last 7 or 8 years. And it feels like, in my opinion, this is kind of the last year to get that ring. And it feels like injuries might be playing a factor yet again for this team here this season. Do you agree, or do you think that this window for the Niners could extend at least another year or two after this season?
No, I completely agree. I think it's do or die time, really, for San Francisco with that window of opportunity. But there's just a snake bit organization. And people are going to say, oh, it's because of the power station there by Levi Stadium. Oh, conspiracies. No, it's got nothing to do with that. I don't care what you believe in. That's just a bunch of hogwash, bunch of poppycock. Buying or BS? Definite BS with that sentiment. But you look at the case of bad luck. I mean, even Kyle Shanahan can't avoid it. He had that nasty car accident just a week ago. 3, broken ribs, the really serious concussion. He said it was his fault, trying to get the phone out between his seats, went across the line and made contact with an SUV. Thankfully, nobody was seriously hurt. But, that's just kind of an ominous sign, right? That San Francisco may yet succumb to multiple injuries. And if that were the case, they're just not going to deliver on the hype despite having a very talented and loaded roster across the board.
Yeah, because, again, this past season, they rolling out an entire core of backup linebackers, and their front seven was half backups. And, they still were able to beat the Philadelphia Eagles, but they just didn't stand a chance against the Seahawks. And who knows? Maybe they wouldn't have beaten the Seahawks even if they were fully healthy. But damn it, I would have loved to see it. I would have loved to see Brock Purdy play that full game against the Eagles in the NFC title game his rookie season. And instead, He tears his UCL on basically the first drive of the game. And, that's not to mention the two Super Bowls that they had leads in that Kyle Shanahan could not see to completion. And dare I remind everybody that Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons in the 28-3 game. So unfortunately, he's got a history of blowing large leads. But look, this team on paper, if they can stay healthy, they are one of the best in football. They are in the best division in football with the Rams and the Seahawks, so wins are not going to come easy. So, Brad, without further ado, let's get to our 3-point stance on the 49ers. Player that gives you the most fantasy value, our favorite player, prop play of the season, and then over, under 10.5 wins for the Niners. Well, let's start. Who do you think brings you the best fantasy value on this 49ers squad?
Yeah, here's a payoff, and a guy that could be a rookie sensation this year and has a very clear path now to 100 targets, has a very clear path to WR2 on this roster right behind Mike Evans. That is a rookie out of Ole Miss, the former Rebel, and Dejon Stripling. As of today, and this is not going to stick, folks, because he is going to skyrocket in the minds of a lot of fantasy football drafters soon, but his ADP in drafts conducted here in the month of July, WR82 at 232.88 overall. I think eventually he's probably going to be a top 60 wide receiver in terms of ADP, maybe even a little bit higher. Because he is making those waves in training camp. He's got the body size, 6'2", 210 pounds. A guy that was a yak machine, not for the Sisters of the Motherless Poor, again, at Ole Miss. He's very tough in contested catch situations, one of his primary calling cards. Excellent in the red zone with that big body and gashes zone defenses. Ran a 4.36 40-yard dash. Dude is a blur as well, so he's got the separation skills. Brock Purdy's already described him as, quote, a baller, end quote. And, that tends to be beneficial when the quarterback is calling you such a prodigious nickname already. A guy that I think is going to deliver immediate results. Mike Clay's only got to project for 22 catches, 326 yards, and 2 touchdowns, but that was before the Pearsall and Kirk news hit the wire here last about 48 hours. If Pearsall is out for an extended amount of time or the entire year, Dejon Stripling is going to be in the conversation to be a WR3 in 12-team fantasy leagues this year. Again, you get him outside, pick number 200. I think that's going to rise sharply soon, but you're still going to get him well after pick 100, probably even at peak fantasy draft season. And I think that dude could deliver an 800-yard and handful touchdown season in year one.
I like that. I love it. That is a diamond in the rough there that you might have stumbled upon there, Brad. Dejon Stripling and the Niners might have stumbled upon as well. I think Brock Purdy is giving you some value here this season. Quarterback 13. It's not like we're going in the 20s here, but the average draft position is 94 for Brock Purdy. So a 12-team league, you could get Brock Purdy in the 8th round on average here. And I think that's a pretty good landing spot for a quarterback that last year threw for how many, let's see, I had this stat here and it is escaping me, but I guess I could do the quick math in my head. 2,167 yards in just 9 games, nearly 250 yards per game. Brock Purdy throwing for nearly 250 yards per game last year, 20 touchdowns despite barely playing half the season. We know he was dealing with an injury all of last season, and when he was healthy, it's just automatic, like 200, 250, plenty of games, 300 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, ripping it down the field, ripping it over the middle in that Shanahan system, the crossing routes, finding everybody, finding McCaffrey. Doesn't matter. Guys are hurt. Brock Purdy's finding them. Oh, yeah, and what he can do with his legs, I think, is what makes Brock Purdy extra dangerous. Once he was healthy, coming off their bye week, the final 6 games of the season, Brock Purdy not only was a beast throwing the ball and combined or had an average of 240 passing yards per game, Brock Purdy also ran for an average of nearly 30 yards per game, and he scored 2 of his 3 rushing touchdowns after that bye week. So he's a guy that has always been shifty, always been able to do it with his legs. I think Brock Purdy gives you fantasy value. And Brad, I'll go ahead and give you my favorite player prop play. How about Brock Purdy over 2.5 rushing touchdowns? Because last season, he played half the year. He had 3. The year before that, he had 5. He's gone over the past 2 seasons, and last year he barely played half the season. Brock Purdy, he can scamper inside the red zone. He can make things happen. He's shifty. He'll make it happen with his legs. He's not afraid to do it. Brock Purdy over 2.5 rushing touchdowns. My favorite 49ers player prop play of the season. What is yours?
Oh, you dirty dog. Absolutely love that call on Purdy on the over 2.5 rushing touchdowns. I'm going to go with the CMC Football Factory. Going to make you sweat. Bum, 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 baby. Hopefully not on the over 575.5 receiving yards at minus 115. McCaffrey is more of an effective pass catcher than a rusher at this point in his NFL career. He's extraordinary out of the backfield, out of the slot. They'll line him up outside to get really creative with him, whether on design pass plays or just, standard leaping pressure dump offs. He can really get the job done. He had 102 grabs last year for 924 yards. All we need is 576 to cash this season. Of course, health is going to be built into it. But he was number 1 in target share among all running backs last season. He was also number 1 as well in receiving yards per game, number 2 in yards per route run. He averaged 9.1 yards per catch. Mike Clay's got it projected at ESPN for 103 targets, 80 grabs for 695 yards and 5 receiving touchdowns. You throw in kind of a middle-of-the-road defense. So you could be in situations where the Niners are playing from behind. So if you want to strike it rich, there's gold in their hills. I am investing on Christian McCaffrey to stack the greenbacks on that over 575.5 receiving yards. Hell, Pat, he could do this in like a dozen games.
He could. He really could. All right, we got to grab a break. After we talk to Evan Giddings, Brad and I will debate over or under 10.5 wins for the San Francisco 49ers. But Evan Giddings will join us coming up next. A host and an announcer for 95.7 The Game, our sister station in San Francisco, where they talk all things 49ers. We're going to talk ball with Evan Giddings coming up next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Philadelphia Eagles are on a short list of teams that I believe could end this season as the number 1 defense in football. Houston, Seattle, Denver, Philadelphia. The players on this, it's crazy. And if you go to like a website like Our Lads, right, which will give you the NFL depth charts, it's not just the starters. They have backups that would absolutely start on other defenses. It is an embarrassment of riches. Jordan Davis, Moro Ojomo, Jalen Carter, Jihad Campbell, Jalix Hunt, Zach Bond, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Makuba flashed last year. Like, it's Nolan Smith. It's silly. And oh yeah, guy by the name of Vic Fangio, who you might have heard of, one of the greatest defensive coordinators in the history of football, is back for another season, calling the defense. The Eagles' offense has taken center stage this offseason. Much of the discussion has been on Jalen Hurts, the departure of A.J. Brown, the departure of Kevin Patullo, Sean Mannion getting hired, Devontae Smith and company. And we understand why. But with the games coming up soon, I think we also need to consider this defense is ridiculous, it's loaded, and it should surprise nobody if it's the number 1 defense in the NFL this season.
I'm never going to think, a Kurt Signetti. I just think the program is too buttoned up right now, too good to have. I don't think there's going to be a fall off. I got to tell you, though, anytime you go from a number one overall pick, level quarterback who was very good, not only was Mendoza, physically talented, he had like all the mental aspects there. Josh Hoover, I think, is a nice college player, a player that can come in and still keep things rolling in terms of them, making the playoff and that. Is he a national championship quarterback for me? No. And I think, they lost a number of talent, skills, and they very good in the transfer portal. I love Nick Marsh, who they got over from Michigan State in terms of wide receiver. So they did a nice job backfilling some. Just tough for me with the quarterback downgrade. And it's a brutal thing to go back to be anybody and go back to back. It's tough in this era, but I think Indiana takes a bit of a step back for me. Can still make the playoff, but not a natty contender. The only national championship bet I have put in preseason is on the Oregon Ducks. I think they're absolutely and it's not only they've got the frontline premier talent. It's a depth piece too. I think you've got multiple options at quarterback. You've got defensive line, and you know what? You've got kind of that Buster, that Ingram. Indiana. It's really tough, I think, in today's era now, with all the movement and with all of the, to go back to back. I think Indiana will still be very good. I think Ohio State will still be very good. But it feels like, for me, I think Oregon's the best of those three. And when you factor in the price, too, where you're getting a little bit longer odds on the team that I think is going to be the best of the three, Oregon Ducks, for me, the only natty future I've placed, and the one that I would be recommending right now for going into the preseason.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. 310-840-4910. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. All right, so we are about to be chatting with Evan Giddings from our sister station, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, any minute or so. So, Brad, while we have a minute or so, our guy Lee is letting us know that he's tried to give him a ring twice. No answer just yet. So we'll effort Evan Giddings and hopefully have him on here in the next few moments. But, Brad, that allows us to finish off our three-point stance, where you gave out a diamond in the rough, DeJon Stribling, rookie receiver, as the player that brings you the best fantasy value on the Niners. I said Brock Purdy, QB 13 in your upcoming fantasy football drafts. And I said Brock Purdy over 2.5 rushing touchdowns, my favorite player prop play of the season for the Niners. You went with CMC over receiving yards. And so that leaves us with one last bit of housekeeping here, as we always do. Over or under team wins. Our folks at BetMGM, they're high on the Niners, as are a lot of folks.
Yeah.
10.5 is their win total this year. The over is plus 105. The under minus 125. Brad, do you think the Niners are getting 11 wins this season, over or under?
I'm going to live in the land down under. under on this one. The line is a wee bit too aggressive in my estimation. 10.5. Get out of here. I might have baited the over on 9.5. I think they could be a 10-win team. But again, they're snake bitten already. Based on what we already detailed in the last segment about Ricky Pearsall, the swelling in his knee, repercussions from that PCL injury. So yeah, man, a difficult strength of schedule. 50% or greater win probability in only 9 games. Got questions about the defense. I think they're going to be lucky to win 9, way under.
Oof. I'll let you know my answer in just a bit, but we do have our guy Evan Giddings standing by, and so let's go to the guest line here. Evan Giddings, a host and an announcer for 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Evan, it's Pat and Brad. What's going on, man? Thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy to join you guys. Hope all is well.
Yeah, same with you. Evan, is the book now closed on what has been one of the biggest stories in the NFL the last couple of days, the Kyle Shanahan car accident saga? Look, everybody's glad that he's okay, and I mean, it could have been really worse. I saw the story that he nearly could have lost an eye. He was bleeding from the head. He broke his hand, his nose, 3 ribs, needed 40 stitches after that brutal car accident in Palo Alto a few weeks back. But then this story took on a life of its own in the last few days. 49ers reporters reportedly being complicit in not giving out some of the details, some of the public facts. The initial police report mentioned that the other driver was at fault. Kyle Shanahan came forward yesterday and said it was his fault. He dropped his phone. He was the reason for the car crash. So what have been your biggest takeaways from this story now that it seems we've hit our resolution on it?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully for the 49ers' sake, it is closed, and I think it's trending in that direction. But, I wouldn't necessarily describe the reporters as being complicit because the fact of the matter is the police report in the CHP database was wrong. And I think that Kyle Shanahan deserves a lot of credit in this for coming out and basically setting the record straight. And at least from my understanding of, kind of reading the tea leaves, but also talking to some people that were in that room and hearing the interviews they've done and how they've talked about it, it sounds like Kyle Shanahan basically wanted to make sure that there was no blowback on this 22-year-old woman that was described as at fault, and he was the one that, in fact, was the person who hit her. So I think Kyle Shanahan deserves some credit in basically getting to the bottom of what a lot of people, in society nowadays are not interested in, and that's the truth. And for him to step to the podium or, basically go out and set the record straight, I think that's something that, number one, not a lot of people do, but also Kyle Shanahan is a guy that he felt remorseful, he felt emotional, he felt that this was something that not only it was, bigger than football, so to speak. So fortunately, everyone was okay. The individual he hit was not hurt. He himself does not have any critical or serious injuries. And the reporting, 2 weeks ago, or lack thereof, I think was based in the reality that there wasn't enough legitimate, real information. And from what I understood, he read the clerical error that the CHP put out, that it was her fault, and he felt that he had to come out and say exactly what really happened. So I think it wasn't an effort to put everything behind them, but I also don't necessarily think that journalists should be killed in the local media because they didn't have all the facts clearly. The police misreported what exactly happened, and Kyle Shanahan was the one to come out and say what actually did. So hopefully this is just a blip on the radar and everyone can get back to talking about football and Kyle Shanahan can go back to being one of the best play callers in the business.
Yeah. And this 2026 season, it kind of feels like for me, Evan, looking at the 49ers, it kind of feels like a make or break season, a do or die season, if you will. Aging superstars and a team that struggles to stay healthy most seasons. But in the last 7 years, 4 trips to the NFC title game, 2 trips to the Super Bowl, 0 rings. Does it feel like the window is closing fast for this 49ers team to win a title, or do you think that would be an overreaction?
No, I don't think it's an overreaction at all. I think that the best chance the Niners have had to win a championship has come and gone, and that would probably be 2023 in my estimation. 2019, they were the best team all year. I felt like the Chiefs in that game were the better squad, but in 2023, they were bar none the best team in football. They ran roughshod on the regular season. They had the comeback in the NFC Championship. They were up double digits in the Super Bowl. That was their missed opportunity, in my opinion. But it doesn't necessarily seem to me like the window is shut. It's just going to be a lot more difficult. I think the Niners are still a playoff team. I think they still have an aging core of stars, but it's not as if they get into the playoffs and everyone's looking at them like they were the big bad bullies on the block that they used to be. So I think that Kyle Shanahan plays a huge role in this. Brock Purdy is the guy that he's chosen to lead this franchise. And whereas before we looked at this team as, all right, you have a young quarterback, maybe you can get over the hump. Now this is Brock Purdy's football team. And this year is going to be a huge indicator, along with the, kind of underdog win they had in the playoffs last year in Philly. This is going to be a huge indicator of how Brock Purdy is going to be able to lead this football team. And if they're back in the postseason, which I expect them to be, this is his team. That extension, the $250 million that he's owed, was rightfully given. But if not, people are going to start to look at them as if they made the wrong decision. So I think the window is quote unquote still open, but they're certainly not in the same class as the Seattle Seahawks, obviously the reigning Super Bowl champs, or the Los Angeles Rams. I think their road to a Super Bowl is a lot tougher, but I wouldn't quite close that window the way, a lot of people are doing.
Yeah, no question about it. And Evan, let's talk about some of the players that are coming off of injury. And of course, more injury news cropping up. We're going to dig in on that here in a second. But Kyle Juszczyk recently commented George Kittle, coming off a late season Achilles injury, has a real chance to play in the opener against the LA Rams. And good day, mate, Australia. What's your take on the tight end in terms of his health? Will he avoid the PUP list to begin the regular season, and do you expect any limitations upon his return?
I think that week one is a very ambitious return for George Kittle, but I wouldn't put it past him. And the reason being is, I think, number one, you have your recovery time, you're doing your rehab, you're getting back. Kittle feels like a guy that's going to push it as opposed to pull it back. But also the thing that I'm looking at with this football team is, okay, so you have Brock Purdy, who's a little bit of a younger quarterback, but the guys that are going to determine how far this season goes, in a sense, are the aging guys on the team. And Kittle's one of them. I would put him in that class. Yeah. I would put Trent Williams in that class. Christian McCaffrey is now 30 years of age. And I think you also have to include Mike Evans, who's 33 years old and is going up on his 13th, 14th season in the league. So those are going to be the guys that determine how far the Niners go. And that's why I think that George Kittle is going to do everything to get himself back. Whether it's I don't know necessarily it's the big numbers or, large touchdown games, but I think he understands how critical this season is for the remaining members of that 2023 core, sans Mike Evans. So I think George Kittle is going to be back. He'll be healthy. But the biggest challenge the Niners have this year, as opposed to years past, is do they have to take an NBA term, load manage some of these guys? Not in terms of snaps or games, but how hard are they going to work inside? How much effort do they have game in and game out? And that's why the regular season, to me, is going to be a bigger challenge than anything else. In a way, if you put their roster in a one-game playoff scenario against another squad, I like them more than I do having to navigate a 17-game season. So I don't think you're going to necessarily see the 10-touchdown, 1,300-yard George Kittle year, but I do believe that he's going to do everything in his power to be out there every Sunday.
Yeah, maybe Steve Kerr is going to be a consultant for the Niners this year to help them stay healthy, to say the least. Evan, early in Niners camp, rookie wide receiver DeJon Stribling out of Ole Miss has already turned heads. With Mike Evans, Ricky Pearsall, we got news today, he suffered a PCL setback. Christian Kirk, who's also hurt, and George Kittle working his way back from injury on roster. Brock Purdy, assuming these guys are on the field, has plenty of mouths to feed. What are your thoughts, though, on Stribling's usage and what the baller, as Purdy recently described him as, brings to the table in terms of his skill set? Is he really the franchise's ultimate sleeper on offense in your mind?
I think the Niners are looking at DeJon Stribling the way that they did at Deebo Samuel in 2019. And if you go look at those numbers, they weren't massive, they weren't huge, but if you watch those games from minute 1 to 60, they were incredibly impactful. And if you remember, Deebo Samuel was a second-round pick, was a guy that people were high on, but kind of took the Niners and their fan base by storm. And Stribling is similar, not in the fact that he's a hybrid sort of, wide back weapon the way that Deebo was, but I think the ability to beat teams 5 yards and below towards the line of scrimmage, that's where he's going to be able to help them. They have been a team that when they were at their best, they were number one year in and year out in terms of yards after catch. That's where Stribling is going to be able to help them. And that's why I think that people are so excited about them. So again, I'm not saying he's Deebo Samuel. I'm not telling you that he's going to be, a future first team All-Pro, but DeJon Stribling is a guy that's turning heads, but I think because of his explosive ability and the fact that as much as I love Ricky Pearsall, I think Mike Evans is a future Hall of Famer. You can't depend on those guys. Evans, because of his age, and I think we're probably close to calling him Ricky PCL at this point. It sucks, but you don't want a guy that you can't depend on. So DeJon Stribling is going to get some touches. He's going to get receptions, and I think he's going to have a similar impact if the Niners are moving in that direction, similar to how Deebo Samuel did back in 2019.
Ooh, spicy.
We're talking to Evan Giddings here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and Evan is a host on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, our sister station out in the Bay Area. Talking all things 49ers. Evan, going back to Brock Purdy, what are your expectations for him this season? I know you mentioned it's fully his team. Me and Brad both think he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, and I think that last year in basically half a season, you put a full 17-game slate. He nearly throws for 4,000 yards and nearly 40 touchdowns. So my expectations for Brock Purdy are through the roof this year. Do you think he unequivocally proves he's a top 10 quarterback this season, or should we temper expectations for Purdy?
Well, I think the numbers are what you're talking about. The determining factor part of me is going to be health. And you're right. He was on pace for 40 touchdowns. He was also on pace for nearly 20 picks. And I think that's going to be what determines his year, how careful he is with the football, assuming he has weapons that he didn't have last season. I mean, in that playoff win against Philadelphia, his number one receiver was Demarcus Robinson, who, as we step into week one at this point, would be your third or fourth receiver. So assuming that Brock Purdy's got better weapons, I do think he should be less aggressive, less ambitious in terms of putting the ball in harm's way. And so I think Brock Purdy, he can be a top 10 quarterback, but that's also going to be kind of figured out by, all right, how many risks he needs to take. Also, is the defense better? I think last year he had to put the ball in harm's way. He had to take more risks because as much as Robert Saleh did a bang-up job with a less than stellar core, they didn't have a ton of talent on that side of the football, and he had to win more shootouts. I don't think that Kyle Shanahan wants to win shootouts. I think he wants to keep the ball on the ground. He wants to control clock, and Brock Purdy is the guy to help him manage victories. He's done that his entire career so far to this point. So if Brock Purdy can stay on the field, I absolutely think you're looking at a top 10 quarterback because he's going to have better help around him, a better defense, and hopefully a better shot to get them back to the postseason. I know the number's been around, 9.5, 10.5 wins. If Brock Purdy plays 15 games, I don't see that being a problem for this football team.
Strong statement like that. Evan, when it comes to Christian McCaffrey, some of the fantasy football community are always overly skittish about drafting the running back due to his injury-plagued past. Play salesman for us, if you don't mind. Convince doubters why they'll sorely regret passing up on the CMC Football Factory in round one of their fantasy drafts this year.
Well, if I was to play a salesman for you, I would say receptions. if you're in a PPR league, Christian McCaffrey would be your guy. Yeah, that's exactly who you want. I mean, last year he wasn't super efficient running the football. Like I fully believe that Christian McCaffrey has lost a step. I don't think he was the running back he was even 2 years ago. But I also believe that Christian McCaffrey offers you something that no one else does, which is targets, which is usage. And if there's anybody that relies on a running back in this football league, it is Kyle Shanahan on Christian McCaffrey. So the reason why I would take a risk on him in the first round, and he's probably going to fall below some of those higher ranked guys, is because he's going to touch the ball. And that's really all that you can ask for in fantasy football. You want a guy that's going to get the football. You want a guy that's going to get the football in the red zone. And that's why Christian McCaffrey is someone you can absolutely risk in this upcoming draft.
Love it.
Talking to Evan Giddings here on BetMGM tonight for another 2 minutes or so, all things 49ers, as they've just opened up training camp. One of the things I think is not getting talked about enough, Evan, last year, we meant amongst all the injuries, they basically had a trio of backup linebackers playing in that game against the Eagles, which they won, and then against the Seahawks, which, I mean, that game got out of hand quickly. But Nick Bosa back from injury, Fred Warner back from injury, new defensive coordinator, as Robert Saleh is now the head coach of the Titans. Old pal Raheem Morris is the new defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. So from what you've heard and knowing this team, what do you think will be the defensive identity with Raheem Morris calling the plays on defense? And how excited are you about this, the defensive unit of this team?
Getting after the quarterback. That is something that Raheem Morris does in abundance. I mean, even with an Atlanta Falcons team last couple of years that didn't have a ridiculous amount of talent, that's a team that got sacks, produced turnovers, and that's something that the Niners under Robert Saleh, who I believe did an awesome job last year given his hand that he was dealt, he just did not do. I mean, this was a team that didn't have an interception until midway through the season and still found themselves winning football games. So you get Nick Bosa back, you get Fred Warner back, you have not a great secondary, but some developing members. You trade for Osa Odighizuwa in the offseason. Maybe there's a play, I'm not going to say Vita Vea, but maybe there's a play out there this offseason they could still move on. You're getting Mikael Williams back. Raheem Morris is going to have a chance, I think, to scheme the way that Kyle Shanahan schemes open receivers. I think he's going to be the perfect guy to scheme open pass rushers. And I would be very shocked if this team does not move into at least the middle of the pack in terms of, pressures, sacks, turnovers, and that in and of itself should help this football team that won 12 games last year. So I don't expect them to win 12 again, but I also don't expect this football team to be as porous as they were defensively against the run in regard to turning teams over. So I think where Raheem Morris is going to put his fingerprints on this football team is going to be applying pressure to the quarterback, which, against the Rams, Matthew Stafford is obviously elite. He's not a mobile quarterback. Sam Darnold, while he won a Super Bowl, is a guy you can frustrate and force to make tough decisions, poor decisions with the football. I think that's why he was brought in, and along with being, a friend and former, coaching mate of Kyle Shanahan, the consistency there, I think that's where he's going to make his impact, his imprint, on this football team.
Evan, great stuff, man. We appreciate the time so much. And we're looking forward to catching up with you soon.
Absolutely, boys. Enjoy the offseason. Talk to you soon.
See you, Evan.
And offseason that is quickly coming to a close. Preseason football, just a week away with that Hall of Fame game, baby. Let's go. That's great stuff there from Evan Giddings. Make sure you give him a follow on Twitter at GiddingsEvan and check out his stuff on 95.7 The Game in the Bay Area, which you can listen to on the Odyssey app. 310-840-4910. We got to grab a break. When we come back, we're going to pivot, talk some baseball. We'll take your phone calls as well. Anything you want to weigh in on the 49ers, your expectations for the 2026 season. But Brad and I are going to pivot. Talk about this National League MVP race. Boy, oh boy, I never thought it would get this close. MVP? Oh boy, I can hear him saying it in Wrigleyville right now. We're going to talk about it. Who you got, Ohtani or PCA, when we come back? He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
We'll play some sound for you tomorrow on the show as more Big Ten coaches address the media in Chicago at Media Day. But I wanted to offer this on the top 3 schools in the Big Ten, because I find it very interesting that you can look at Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana and pretty clearly poke a big hole in each team's chances of winning a national championship. They are 3 of the top 5 teams on the odds board. The Big Ten, I know it's a huge conversation in college football circles, college football shows. Has the Big Ten replaced the SEC as the preeminent conference in college football? The last 3 national championship winners would seem to say yes. And again, Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana, 3 of the top 5 teams on the odds board to win this year's Natty. So one big reason here why each of these teams could fall short of its ultimate goal. For Indiana, it's an easy one, right? Can Josh Hoover, the transfer quarterback from TCU, can he give you 80% of what Fernando Mendoza gave last year? That might sound like I'm insulting Hoover. I don't think it is. Mendoza won the Heisman, won the national championship, and was the first pick in the draft. Can Hoover possibly live up to those standards? If he does, Indiana can absolutely go back-to-back. I think Charlie Becker is going to have a monster year catching the ball in this Indiana offense. So Hoover, the question mark in Indiana. For Oregon and Dan Lanning and Dante Moore, who returned so much talent, Kanish just told you, the only team he's bet to win the Natty is Oregon. Can they beat the best teams? That's the book on Oregon. They destroy everybody except for the very best teams every year. Can they scale that final mountain? Can they slay Ohio State? Can they slay Indiana this year? If they can win the Natty. And for Ohio State, Ryan Day strikes me as the type of guy that bungled his way into, like stealing the Maltese Falcon or like the Mona Lisa from the Louvre and got away with it and was lucky to get away with it. And then decides the next morning, you know what? I'm going to hit him today for a Monet. I'm going back. Last year, a lot of us questioned, we were wrong. What the hell is he thinking hiring Matt Patricia to run his defense? To be fair, Matt Patricia was awesome calling the defense last year. The Ohio State defense was like the 85 Bears of college football. They were amazing. The offense just couldn't get it together in the playoffs, right? Against Miami and then in the Big Ten title game against Indiana. Do you know, dear listener, dear viewer, are you aware of who is the offensive coordinator this year at Ohio State? Do you know who it is? If you don't, you are in for a treat. It is former Atlanta Falcons head coach. Last year called the plays on offense in Pittsburgh. Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator this year for Ohio State, which probably means Jeremiah Smith will basically be a decoy. I don't know if like the NIL rules, can they sign Jonnu Smith to play this year? Can Tyler Algier play for the Cardinals on Sunday, but then run the ball for Ohio State on Saturdays? We know what Arthur Smith wants to do. Take the best players on offense and not give them the ball because he's smarter than everybody else. To be fair, I thought Patricia would be a disaster. I was wrong. Also, they had 1 million draft picks, but still, I was wrong. I can't wait to see if I'm going to be wrong about Arthur Smith. So those are the 3 big teams in the Big Ten, all with big-time question marks entering this season.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Coming up at the top of the hour, burning camp questions, the biggest questions of training camp for the Dallas Cowboys and the Denver Broncos. Also next hour, we're going to ask the same thing about the Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers. So a lot more football coming your way. Big shout out to our guy Evan Giddings for joining us last segment. Great stuff on the 49ers, the injuries they're already dealing with, what kind of season Brock Purdy is going to have, Christian McCaffrey, and that defense with Raheem Morris as the new defensive coordinator. So if you want to weigh in on either of those topics, 310-840-4910. Looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds. Because I nearly just broke my phone. On an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. Opt into the promotion. Claim your Parlay Boost token, apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports, and if your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it, boost it, BetMGM it. All right, Brad, this National League MVP race has gotten inexplicably tight as it can be. Here are the current odds with our friends at BetMGM. Shohei Ohtani at one point was shorter than minus 1,000 odds. He's now down to nearly even money. He's minus 125, a slightly larger than 52% chance of implied probability that Ohtani wins the MVP. And your guy, PCA, is plus 105. You nearly got to drink some juice to bet Pete Crow Armstrong to win the MVP. At one point, he was 30-1, Brad, but here he is. He has closed the gap. Who you got and why? Can PCA steal this award away from the great Shohei Ohtani?
Yeah, absolutely, and he should. I was talking about it right here on BetMGM tonight. We discussed PCA worth a little sprinkle of 30-1 because at that point about a month ago, he was still leading the bigs in total WAR, which he is right now in convincing fashion. Now, Shohei's number 2 because of what he has contributed as a pitcher, but he's not pitching right now. There's no timetable for his return to toe the rubber because he's dealing with a biceps injury, he's dealing with a tender knee. Now, he did go yard last night, but the power has largely deteriorated as well here since the All-Star break. Meanwhile, PCA is on pace for a 35-39 campaign. He's got over a 900 OPS. He's got over a 380 on base percentage. Now, he's 0 for 1 with a pop-out to start tonight in the action against arch rival St. Louis. But if you look statistically and throw into that PCA is bar none the best defensive player regardless of position in Major League Baseball, he is the MVP. Plus money, this is your last chance to get it because that window is about to slam shut.
Yeah, I mean, look, in terms of the value, you might be right. You might be right. I still think that Ohtani's going to win the MVP because I think he's going to pitch again. But, I mean, look, we've kind of forecasted this for weeks. Like, Ohtani's days as a unicorn, as a pitcher and a hitter, it feels like they're numbered. This left knee issue that he kind of has flare up every couple of weeks. And, you know, they skipped a couple of starts already this season. Like you said, now he hasn't pitched since the beginning of the month. It doesn't feel like it's going to go anytime soon. But Andrew Friedman, Dodgers president, did say today, quote, he's been throwing plyos, he's been keeping the arm moving, and he says he assumes Ohtani will get into catch play, quote, relatively soon. The Dodgers are expecting Ohtani to pitch again in 2026, but how often and when? Because it's almost August 1 here, right, Brad, and you mentioned the lack of power in the month of July. Ohtani only has 5 home runs. He's hitting just 250, so he has looked a mere mortal at the plate recently. And yeah, the Dodgers continue to win. That might be a knock against Ohtani, whereas you mentioned all the injuries the Cubbies have faced this year with the pitching staff and beyond, and they are 15 games above 500. PCA, clearly their best player, clearly their most valuable player. If the Cubs continue to win, that will absolutely keep PCA in the conversation. But if Ohtani is able to make, I don't know, he's got 2 months left, that would probably be about 10 starts. If he's able to make 5-6 starts and still dominate on the mound, that might be enough to seal the deal for Ohtani to win the MVP.
Yeah, but we all thought this sucker was wrapped, right? I mean, virtually, about 6 weeks ago. And that's how quickly the tables can turn in any of these award races, because the injury imp is always lurking. It crops up. Guys slump, and it drags the overall profile down. While other guys just boost the bottom line and buoy their numbers. And that is the case with PCA. And again, the defensive side of this, we cannot gloss over it. He's just so dynamite, making highlight reel catches on a regular basis.
Why doesn't Jerry Jones call Mark Davis or John Spytek or Tom Brady and try to get Max Crosby to Dallas? Tell me why that shouldn't happen. Tell me why it doesn't make sense for the Las Vegas Raiders to move on from Crosby. They can't win. They cannot win. So why keep him on the roster? Get future capital so you can win down the road. Makes sense, right? This is what I was saying about the Browns and Myles Garrett. And a lot of you said I was nuts. Oh, my God, you can't. He just won Defensive Player of the Year and set the sack record. You can't trade him. You can't? Really? You can't? You lose a million games with him. You can lose a million games without him. Of course you can trade back. Crosby's great. He's awesome. But he's not enough. No one's enough single-handedly a defensive pass rusher to take a bad team and make it great. Because if it were true that it could happen, the Browns would have made the playoffs last year with Myles Garrett. So trading Max Crosby gives the Raiders a better chance of being good down the line, which is the timeline they're on with their first overall pick at quarterback. And the Cowboys, on the other side of this, are ready to push their chips in. Right? George Pickens under contract for this year. Dak's not a young man anymore as far by NFL standards, right? The offensive line's really good. Javonte Williams is an underrated running back. You've got this infusion of youth and playmaking on defense with an exciting new defensive coordinator. You put Max Crosby in the mix there? Maybe right now you like the Eagles in the NFCs. We'll talk about the Eagles later in the show and their extension of Jalen Carter. And I'm really high on the Eagles this year. Maybe you like the Eagles in the NFC East. If I asked you right now, Max Crosby's on the Cowboys. The Cowboys trade a future one and maybe something else. Not 2 ones, but a future one and maybe something else for Max Crosby. He's on the Cowboys this year. Who are you picking to win the NFC East? Does it change your thought process? If you think the Cowboys will be on the outside looking in of the playoffs this year, like there's no way unless you're a gigantic hater you think they're going like 4-13, right? So if they're going to miss the playoffs, they're not going to miss it by much. What if Max Crosby's on the team? Now, for Atlanta, Tua could be back in 5 days, in which case, no big deal. But if this is going to be something that lingers, I mean, they're beyond screwed. Like, you can't have this. Now, you know, because you've been listening to the show, watching the show, that I said literally like the day the Falcons signed Tua. Tua's going to be the Falcons starting quarterback this season. And he should be. He absolutely should be. He was not good, obviously, last year in Miami, and obviously wore his welcome out in Miami. But let's not forget this, and this is not me making the case for Tua to win MVP or win the Super Bowl. I'm not saying that. But there were points in his Miami tenure where we're towards the end of the year, and he's up there in the MVP odds. Like, he led them to the playoffs a couple times. The games didn't go great. The game in Kansas City, he got hurt before the Buffalo game. But he did not. Tua Tagovailoa does not suck. He might not be as good as Justin Herbert or Joe Burrow, also picked in the top 10 of the NFL draft in 2021. He might not be that, but he's definitely not bad. He's not bad. And in this Kevin Stefanski offense, where he just needs to be the point guard, get the ball to Drake London and to Kyle Pitts and obviously to Bijan Robinson, I think Stefanski's a really good coach. They retained defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich. It looks like James Pierce Jr. is going to be able to play this year. Maybe he's suspended to start the year, but he showed a ton of promise last year as a rookie pass rusher. If you told me Tua plays in every game this year, I'm taking the Falcons to win the division. It cannot be Michael Penix. It can't. With how he looked last year. Like, okay, Penix has a better arm than Tua, but he's inaccurate. I'll take the accurate quarterback who can't, fire a piss missile 60 yards down the field. Especially in this Kevin Stefanski offense.
Down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Wednesday night extravaganza kicks off right now. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talking text line to join the show. We've got a caller that we're going to get to here in just a second. 310-840-4910. We've been talking a lot of football so far tonight, but we're going to get to a baseball call here in just a second. You want to join the crew, you want to join the lineup, 310-840-4910. Again, you could call, you can text. Also, quick programming note, in an hour from now, Taj Gibson, a long-time utility man, the enforcer, the bruiser, and he's played with a bunch of different NBA teams. Great guy, awesome, can't wait, former Knick. Can't wait to have Taj Gibson on the show in exactly 1 hour from now. Going to ask him all about LeBron. Going to ask him about the Knicks. Going to ask him about the biggest offseason moves we've seen in the NBA. So can't wait to talk with Taj Gibson. But, Brad, we've got a baseball call, shall we, before we get to some burning camp questions?
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right. 310-840-4910. Trade deadline coming up in just a couple of days in Major League Baseball. Rashawn in Baltimore wants to get in on that action. Rashawn, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Man,
what's
listen,
up?
I know y'all was talking a lot about, Ohtani and all that other stuff, man. But y'all ain't said nothing about my Orioles today, man. With the big comeback lead today, down 7 runs against one of the best pitchers in the league right now with Scooble, and the Orioles came back winning extra innings 10-9, whatever the score was. Like, the Orioles, I know they 2 games back in the wild card, but that's one of the teams I don't think people want to see in the playoffs as we get in. And especially with our owner being on the hot seat, Mike Elias, he's going all in on this trade deadline. And wait till we pick up some pieces, some bullpen help, maybe another right bat or something like that. But it's going to be scary. I'm letting you know right now if the Orioles get into the playoffs. So, I don't know how much Orioles baseball you watch. I know you're a Yankees fan, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Correct. That is correct, Rashawn.
Yeah.
And look, I'll ask you this. Me and Brad will ask you this. Would you be more surprised? I know you mentioned Mike Elias, and that seems to be a common mode of thinking from a lot of Orioles fans. He's got to go all in. He's on the hot seat. He's got to be aggressive. But would you be shocked if the Orioles ended up being sellers at this trade deadline here, Rashawn? How disappointing would that be?
I'd be very shocked because he's fighting for his job. Why would you sell when you basically just giving your job away? Like, hey, I'm done. So like, I mean, you're gonna get fired. So why not just go all out? And like I said, 2 games back, we can go on a run. I mean, we had a 7-game win streak a few weeks ago. But I think we can duplicate something like that again. It ain't gonna be like nothing lucky like them Red Sox did. I think they a fluke though. I mean, I know they getting healthy. They got Ranger Suarez back and Crochet's still out, man. But something about that team is a fluke. And I know you being a Yankees fan, the Red Sox are a fluke too. But
that's right. They are. They absolutely are a fluke, Sean. I appreciate the call, and I'm glad that we can join sides to trash the Red Sox. So appreciate the call. Yeah, look, Brad, I only asked, and Rashawn makes a great point. Mike Elias, a lot of folks want him out in Baltimore, the GM. And so again, if he's on the hot seat, you would think no brainer. The Orioles are going to buy. He's going to try to make this team better, try to make a push for the playoffs and save his job. Well, Jeff Passan reporting this week that they have talked with other clubs about Jackson Holiday, Colton Cowser, and Adley Rutschman. 3 of their centerpieces, 3 of their foundational cornerstone franchise centerpieces. Now, I know Jackson Holiday has just completely failed to live up to expectations so far here, but still only 22 years old. You're trading him. You're basically giving up on his potential and his future. Colton Cowser is a solid outfield bat. Adley Rutschman, arguably the face of this franchise. I know he's banged up right now, but if you trade any of those guys away, that kind of says that we don't really believe in this team. That says that you are not going all in. And so, I'm going to trust Jeff Passan's reporting that at least the Orioles have had talks. So I just don't think it's as much of a no-brainer or a no-doubter that the Orioles are going to be buyers. And who knows, maybe Mike Elias has already kind of been given assurance that he is going to keep his job and that they want to be sustainable for the future. And if that means having to be sellers at this deadline, they still believe in the future of the team, then maybe that he's already got his job maybe saved and we just don't know it yet. So it's a good point that Rashawn in Baltimore brings up because there are some names on this trade block that the Orioles could certainly pursue.
Yeah, and it could be kind of a mixed bag approach. It just depends upon what is going to be available and how they're going to package certain players. Because you look at Taylor Ward and Trevor Rogers, there are a couple of guys that are pending free agents. So they could be involved in a deal where, in a way, maybe they're going to buy some additional talents, another veteran, another arm, maybe a couple of prospects for a rebuild as well. That could be the overall approach. And just to speak to the game today, it was stupid, man. I honestly, I took a little resty poo. I had a little nap about midday, and they were down 7-0. I had some action on Tariq Skubal to record the win. And I'm thinking, oh, man, this is looking damn good. Like, I'm going to rest. I'm not going to worry about it at all. I'm going to wake up, and I'm going to count my winnings. And then I woke up, and I saw it was 7-7. And I'm like, WTF, what on earth happened? Now, Skubal only gave up a couple of those runs, but the bullpen just completely melted. Baltimore took advantage. It goes to extra innings. I think Colton Cowser had an RBI against a lefty of all people, which he said well below the Mendoza line against to give them the lead. They were up by 2 runs at one point, and then Torkelson came in, tied it, and then Baltimore won again. I think that was on Cowser's hit, actually. And they win 10-9. It was a wild, it was a wacky, it was a ridiculous game, and maybe, just maybe, this could be a springboard moment for Baltimore where the front office says, you know what, screw it. We're pushing a stack of chips in. We're going for it.
Yeah, and, look, Mason Miller is somebody that everybody wants, but that looks more and more unlikely by the day. He's the top reliever available, so who knows? Maybe in dealing a Jackson Holiday, maybe the Padres say, you know what? Screw it. Xander Bogaerts, I mean, it's only a matter of time before he's out the door. Let's get Jackson Holiday as our future shortstop, and let's see if we can get the best out of him, and we'll give the Orioles Mason Miller, and we'll also ask for one of the Orioles' other young prospects. Maybe it is a bit of a mixed bag, like you said, but that is the prevailing thought for a lot of O's fans, is they are right in the thick of things in that AL wildcard race. Mike Elias, a lot of people want his job, want his head rolling if the Orioles don't make the playoffs. Does he go all in? Does he make a big trade? Do they go for a Mason Miller? Do they go for a top starting pitcher, considering their rotation has been very inconsistent this year? Or do they try to add to the bullpen? Either way, we're going to find out in the next couple of days here. 310-840-4910. Again, appreciate the call from Rashawn in Baltimore. BetMGM tonight. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. All right, let's get back to what we initially had planned here for this segment, and that is burning camp questions. Brad, we're looking at the most pressing questions for all 32 NFL teams as they start training camp. We are going in alphabetical order. That brings us to D, and that brings us to the big D. The Dallas Cowboys fell short of the playoffs again last season because the defense was so damn horrendous. Obviously, they traded away Micah Parsons before the season. Dak Prescott in that offense was a top 5 unit, but the defense was one of the worst, if not the worst in football. They finished 7-9-1. Brian Schottenheimer back as the head coach for year 2. Brad, what is the most pressing question for the Dallas Cowboys as they start training camp?
Oh, it is indeed that little D that they suffered from last year, quite trivially, to say the least, quite wrinkly, no doubt about it. But they have made some robust investments. They have popped a little blue pill, or maybe 3 the entire bottle this offseason, because they somehow, some way got Caleb Downs to slip to them in the NFL draft. And that's all the shots in the arm, man. That's exactly what the doctor ordered in terms of boosting the defense. In particular, that secondary, that pass defense was downright repulsive last season. So will the Cowboys D undergo a complete transformation, finishing top half of the NFL in yards and points per game allowed? That's the $64,000 question. There are no issues on the offensive side of things. I think this is going to be a top 5 offense again with Dak Prescott, George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Javonte Williams, Jake Ferguson, and a decent offensive line. They're going to be stellar. They're going to really pile up the points, but that defense has got to keep in games. And if they are just middle of the pack, Pat, I think Dallas has enough firepower and offense that they could ultimately win the NFC East. Now, Philadelphia firmly in that conversation. Your New York Giants got to be much improved. We all fully expect the Commanders to be bottom of the barrel in that division. But the Cowboys, it is all going to be determined by how well that defense plays this year, if it can rise to the occasion.
Yeah, and I was going to follow suit, and I was going to say ditto, but you laid it out there perfectly of just how good this team could be if they have even a middle-of-the-pack defense. And the trade for Quinnen Williams last year, they got a full season of him now getting after the pass rusher, added Otito Ogbonnia to play nose tackle in free agency, got Kobe Durant, drafted Caleb Downs. You know I love me some Caleb Downs, and I went nuts on draft night when the Giants passed on him, not once, but twice. So they have revamped this entire defense, and assuming Dak Prescott's healthy, we saw what that offense could be last year. My most burning question, though, is with that offense, and it's with George Pickens. Will George Pickens be locked in from the get-go? That's actually my most burning question, because it's a prove-it year, once again, for George Pickens. And CeeDee Lamb goes down for a handful of games last season. George Pickens lights the world on fire. He's going nuts. Oh, my God, George Pickens is going to get himself a $140 million contract from the Cowboys. And then that fateful Thursday night football game against the Detroit Lions, where he looked disinterested. He was sloppy, to say the least, on his routes. Richard Sherman ripped him to shreds with good reason. And it was like, wow, yeah, this is the George Pickens that the Pittsburgh Steelers were willingly letting, giving away for middle round draft compensation. Now the franchise tag has been put on George Pickens this season. It is forcing him to prove it once again. He wants that big bag. He wants those $30, $35, $40 million a year. He's going to have to earn it. Will George Pickens be able to replicate the season he had last year? Will he be locked in, or do we see those lapses in concentration? Do we see those lapses in focus that ultimately cost the Cowboys their biggest game of the season last year, that Thursday night game against the Lions? All right, we move on to a city that you used to call home for a short amount of time, Brad, and that is...
Yeah, I loved it.
Denver. Denver, yep. Colorado, the Broncos. reigning AFC West champions, knocked out in the AFC title game at home. Although if they had Bo Nix, it might have been a whole different story. Trying to get back to the Super Bowl with Sean Payton. What is the most burning camp question for the Broncos?
Yeah, how tall a mountain will Jalen Waddle climb as a presumed WR1 in his first season with the Mile High Ponies? I mean, that's the bottom line for me. I'm not thoroughly convinced that Jalen Waddle is going to make a ginormous cannonball splash. He's going to be good. He's a savvy route runner, but a guy that suffers some nicks and scrapes in game. He will miss a few snaps from time to time. He doesn't have to be surefire WR1 every single game, not with Cortland Sutton on this roster, and there's some other guys, and Troy Franklin, and the former ILL standout Pat Bryant that certainly made waves at times last season. And I think the ground game is going to be pretty strong with this team, too, with J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey and some of the investments they have made there. And we're going to see what Coleman does, a rookie who they got in the late rounds of the NFL draft, though, has made some decent noise so far in OTAs and early on in training camp. But it really is Jalen Waddle, a guy that was stuck in football purgatory last season with the Miami Dolphins. He had 910 yards last year. He was number 21 in air yards, just number 35 in total yak, though he was top 10 in yards per route run. And most importantly, an 84.2 passer rating when targeted. Now, that was Tua Tagovailoa. Now, Tua was very accurate in the short to intermediate field, anything beyond about 15, 20 yards. Questionable in that regard. Bo Nix, we'll see about the health. They're going to dig in on that here in a minute. But Jalen Waddle has got to really stand up. He has got to deliver instantaneously. This team is going to deliver on the hype, and they really honestly should. They have the goods on offense. They got a top 5 defense. Maybe, just maybe, a lot of people were talking about this, but I kind of believe it. The Broncos could be the best team in the AFC.
Yeah, and they certainly looked like it last year, especially with that pass rush, nearly setting records with how many sacks they've racked up here the last 2 years. So you're talking about Jalen Waddle. I'm going to talk about the guy that's going to be throwing him the pill. I want to know, at least in training camp here, the next couple of weeks, what shape is Bo Nix's ankle in to start this season? Had to have 2 surgeries on it in the offseason. It's the ankle that he fractured right at the end. Nobody even saw it. It was a jaw dropper that he was ruled out for the AFC title game shortly after their victory against the Buffalo Bills in the divisional round. But Bo Nix, again, ankle surgery and then a follow-up procedure in the offseason. And then remember, back in, what was this, in the spring with Sean Payton, some kind of really awkward quotes, kind of disclosing Bo Nix's former medical history, and there was some tension there. He was a full participant in Wednesday in training camp practice today. That's according to Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. So that's a good sign that he is a full participant and he doesn't look limited. He's certainly not on the PUP list. It seems like he's going to be ready to go for week 1. That's kind of never really been a cause for concern. But, again, that was a nasty injury, had to have 2 surgeries. And so once we get the full pads on and we're going at 100% game speed here, I want to see what Bo Nix looks like, because he's coming off of a year in which, Brad, you and I mean, we were doing some audition shows together before this show finally became official, and we just could not get over how nausea-inducing that Broncos offense was at times in the first half last year. Just slow start, just failing to get out of the first gear. And then last couple of weeks of the season, they finally turned it on. Bo Nix had 3 300-yard passing games in the last 5 games of the season, and then he looked awesome in that game against the Buffalo Bills. I would have loved to see him against the Patriots in the AFC title game. We didn't get to see it, so I think whether or not the Broncos can win a Super Bowl this year is going to hinge upon the play of Bo Nix, and I want to see just how healthy that ankle is to start this season.
Yeah, I think that's completely warranted, man. If he can be a top, I would say at a minimum 15 quarterback with the weapons around him, he should be, as long as he's healthy and can sustain that healthy throughout the entire season. And that ground attack is at least respectable. They can just lean on that stellar lockdown Orange Crush defense and suffocate opponents. They're going to be that good on that side of the ball, especially on the back end in that secondary, which I feel is going to be the best in football yet again.
310-840-4910. Your biggest questions or your thoughts on the Dallas Cowboys. Will the defense finally be improved? And what do you expect out of George Pickens this year, playing on a prove-it deal once again on that franchise tag? And then with the Denver Broncos, what are your expectations for Jalen Waddle and your expectations for Bo Nix? Do you think the Broncos are going to the Super Bowl this year out of the AFC? 310-840-4910. We will continue to take your calls and texts, and we'll move on to the next two teams when we come back. It's a trip to the NFC North and a team that I've been talking a whole lot about this offseason. More burning camp questions when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And if it's true, right, and I believe it is, that the upside for the Las Vegas Raiders is to not win 10 games this year. Like, they're not going to the playoffs. So even if, which would be an unmitigated disaster, if Kirk Cousins starts 17 games this year for the Raiders, it should mean that they're in playoff contention, right? That's the only reason they would do it. Like, there's no way that happens. It's not possible, given the division they play in and the lack of talent overall on the roster. And they can fix that heading into next season, right? So if that's true, and there's no ultimate upside here, then what is the point of playing Kirk Cousins? Why do you play him? And I don't want to hear, well, the Chiefs sat Patrick Mahomes. Okay, like, the Chiefs had Alex Smith, and, like, we're a winning team under Andy Reid. Not with a first-year head coach. That's not what this is. Like, okay, Aaron Rodgers sat for years behind Brett Favre. Jordan Love sat for years behind Aaron Rodgers. We can play this game any way you want. I can bring up the quarterbacks that played immediately and had success. I don't want to hear it. I don't understand the points here. So what? So you can win 6 games with Kirk Cousins? Why? Like, why? Mendoza has to get reps under center. You want him to face live bullets. You just gave him $57 million guaranteed. He represents a hope for this, a legitimate hope, not like a Jamarcus Russell hope, a legitimate hope for this franchise that they can maybe, one day potentially win a couple playoff games, which they haven't done in 2 decades. Mendoza can maybe make that happen for you. We just saw it happen at Indiana. And every single first-team rep that he does not get, that Kirk Cousins gets instead, is a waste. And if Kirk Cousins is under center, week 1 at home against the Raiders are going to win that game, right? With Kirk Cousins starting. You would think, given how bad Miami is. Miami at the start of one of the great rebuilds we've ever seen in sports. Raiders can win that game with Kirk Cousins. Do you know who else they can probably win that game with? Fernando Mendoza. Just get it over with. Like, rip the Band-Aid off and play the kid. It is a gigantic, gigantic deal for Team USA, for Pochettino to potentially return. I know that the game against Belgium didn't go the way any of us wanted it to go. I know that. But it's also true that the United States, and I know this because I've been watching since 1990. I remember the 1990 World Cup and certainly 1994. The United States has never played as well, and you can bring up 2002, I get it. Like, I watched those games also. They never played attacking football, attacking soccer like they did in this World Cup. They've never done it before. Even if the result at the end was not what we wanted and they bowed out terribly, unlike in 2002 when the United States barely lost to a Germany team that boasted the best player in the World Cup, the Golden Ball winner, and keeper Oliver Kahn, that lost in the final to Brazil. They never played in 2002 as well as they did, reach those heights that they did in this World Cup. With a bunch of young players who all have a ton of potential. I don't know if it would have been a disaster, only because I don't know who they would have hired to replace him. Maybe it would have been someone really good also, but I didn't want that to even potentially be a thing. And it won't be now, reportedly. So we don't know for sure that Pochettino will return, but it looks like he's going to. And that is great, great news for United States soccer fans, because if he's back coaching this team at the 2030 World Cup, I legitimately believe that our expectations can be a little high here. And that's really fun. And there will be higher expectations heading into 2030 than there were heading into this 2026 World Cup when the United States won the group and won a game in the knockout stage. So again, per our friends at The Athletic, it looks like Pochettino will return as the coach of the United States team. Close on the deal is the headline, courtesy of The Athletic. So good stuff.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that is 310-840-4910. We'll get you a baseball scoreboard update here in about 10 minutes from now. Bunch of games going on right now on this Wednesday night, but let's continue on with our burning camp questions. Actually, you know what, Brad, off the top of my head, are there any teams that have not entered training camp as of yet?
No, I think everybody officially opened the doors to training camp as of today. I'm not 100% certain of that, but I'm like 99.8% certain of that.
Yeah, so the last clubs, the last couple of teams wrapped up their reporting dates by yesterday. So today, every team has now had at least one full official practice under their belt. So that's it, baby. Wednesday, July 29th, all 32 teams have officially gotten a practice under their belt. We're 8 days away from the Hall of Fame game. I know you don't love the Hall of Fame game. I love it. It's the first live NFL game we've got since the Super Bowl. I don't care if it's third stringers and backups. Last year was Hendon Hooker and who was the other quarterback? What's his name?
I don't even
Trey
remember
Lance.
the quarterback. I remember it was Hendon Hooker. Oh, was it? Trey Lance. Yeah, North Dakota State's finest.
Yeah, so I was pumped for that game. And next week we've got it'll be the Carolina Panthers and the Arizona Cardinals. So I don't expect to see Bryce Young or Jacoby Brissett, but I think we're going to see Carson Beck, which I'm pumped up about. And we are probably going to see Kenny Pickett and a little Haynes King. We're going to see Haynes King play football in the NFL next week, Brad. I can't wait. Cannot wait. But anyway, let's continue on our burning camp questions as all 32 teams are in training camp. What is the most important or most pressing question for every team? We continue on in alphabetical order. That brings us to back-to-back teams in the NFC North. And it's first the Detroit Lions, coming off the disappointing season a year ago where they failed to make the playoffs. Brad, what's your most burning camp question for the Lions?
Yeah, off an injury more 2025 due to a back injury. Will Sam Laporta, their talented tight end from the University of Iowa, which is really tight end thank you, Michael Montgomery, return to his stellar production level of 2024, in which he went for 724 yards and 7 touchdowns, or maybe possibly 2023, in which he really had a stellar season, 86 grabs for 889 yards and 10 touchdowns. What version of Sam Laporta are we ultimately going to get? Because I feel that he's an absolute key cog in this offense. The scheme that they run in general really opens up his presence on the field. The action on Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, keeping defenses honest so the ground game can flourish. And it's going to be a heavy workload. He is going to be volume king and Jahmyr Gibbs. And I know he's a hold in. We talked about earlier in the show with Bijan Robinson doing the same thing in Atlanta, but eventually he's going to sign on the dotted line. He won't miss any games. But really, I think Laporta is vital for making this offense live up to its maximization and ultimately tick. And I think you're going to see that version somewhere in between 2024 and 2023. I think it's going to be right around probably 70, 75 grabs, 800 yards, about 8 or 9 touchdowns. I don't think he quite gets to 10. I got to remember last season, he was number 5 among all tight ends in yards per route run. He was number 3 in yards per target among tight ends at 10.0, and he had a 128.7 passer rating when targeted. Jared Goff is a monster at Ford Field. He loves the creature comforts of the dome. A little bit different player when on the road, but Sam Laporta is his binky, his safety blanket in the short to immediate field over the middle, and a guy that, again, really opens up the offense overall. So they need him healthy and bringing the A game this year.
Damn right. Damn right. And look, Sam Laporta, technically an offensive lineman, and so I'll take the tight end and I'll lump him in here with the rest of that O-line, Brad. That's my most burning question. What does the O-line look like? How cohesive? And ultimately, how good are they going to be? Because they were pretty mediocre last year, and it's remarkable. It's awesome for people that don't think Jared Goff is an excellent quarterback. I've got him as the 8th best quarterback in football. And for those of you that don't think that Dan Campbell is an amazing head coach, that midway through the season took over the play calling duties, and the Lions finished 5th in total yards last year, and once again averaged over 28 points per game. That was good for 5th best in the NFL. Top 5 unit, again, despite losing Ben Johnson, despite the offensive line being mid, and despite a defense that just gave them zero help, the Lions offense was a machine. You mentioned Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta looking to be healthy, Amon-Ra, J-Mo, and Goff under center. Think about how much better they could be as an offense, which is scary to think of if their O-line holds up their end of the bargain. Because in years past, they did have a top 5 offensive line, but last year, shoddy, injury-riddled, and so this year, some big changes. Penei Sewell going from right tackle to left tackle after Taylor Decker left the team. Christian Mahogany coming back at left guard. They picked up Cade Mays in free agency after Frank Ragnow retired. Right guard, they got Tate Ratledge, jumping into the starting job, and then they have a first-round draft pick at right tackle in Blake Miller. So this is a revamped offensive line, and I know there's big question marks about the defense for sure. Can they finally stay healthy? That secondary has been banged up, to say the least, for the last 2 years. That was the main reason they missed the playoffs, but this offensive line is going to have a lot of question marks and a lot of high expectations. And if they do hold up their end of the bargain, this offense is once again going to be an absolute beast of a unit. All right, Brad, on to one of their rivals in the NFC North, the Cheeseheads, the Green Bay Packers. Wild card team a year ago. Your Chicago Bears, the stunning comeback in the wild card round to knock the Packers out of the playoffs. I know months later that still feels good to hear that being said, but it was another year of making the playoffs for Matt LaFleur. And so going into this season, a big one, and in a crowded division, what's your most burning camp question, the Green Bay Packers?
Yeah, well, Josh Jacobs avoids suspension stemming from off the field incident, domestic one earlier this year, and be the dependable week-to-week chain mover seen in previous seasons. Talking to some of the insiders that we've featured here on the show, talking to some other people that I know in the business. The strongest takeaway and the predominant feeling is Josh Jacobs ain't going to miss a single game this year. There were no charges officially filed, though he was arrested. Beyond that, it's still kind of an open investigation, if you will. And as a result, until we get more concrete evidence and, just more concrete developments, I don't think anything's going to really occur. I think it's just going to be the status quo, which means he is not going to miss a single game. And a guy that is pivotal to this franchise because he is a legitimate 3-down running back. They don't have a lot of proven depth at that position. Marshawn Lloyd has had a decent camp so far, but a guy can never stay healthy. His hamstrings are held together by duct tape. Chris Brooks is already dealing with a setback of his own. And they would probably form some full-blown RBBC if they don't go out and make a trade if something were to happen to Josh Jacobs, even if it's an injury or something else. But Jacobs is just so pivotal for this offense overall to make it hum, to make it really fire on all cylinders. A guy that should get at least 300 touches if he plays all 17 games. He was top 15 last season in missed tackles force, had a pretty damn good 3.00 yak per attempt. He was number 14 in total yards created. He had the 9th most red zone touches of any running back last year. Oh, no, yeah, he's got soft and adept hands as well. 81.8% catch rate last season. Now, the offensive line has some questions. Not a terribly difficult fantasy football strength of schedule for the running back. I drafted him for the weekend, spent 25 smackaroos and a 200 salary cap draft, and I felt really good about that purchase because I think Jacobs won't miss a whole lot of action this season and will deliver the statistical goods. So that's a big question. Him just avoiding suspension the entire year, which I feel he will, and be that 3-down stud that he has been in previous years for the Green Bay Packers.
That's a good one, and it's I got to be honest, it's hard to beat that one. What his availability is going to look like, what is he as the season starts for sure. I'm going to go to the defensive side of the football, and my burning camp question for the Green Bay Packers is who steps up in the absence of Micah Parsons, and just as a whole, what does this defense look like under new defense coordinator Jonathan Gannon, fired by the Cardinals, steps in after Jeff Hafley gets the head coaching job for the Miami Dolphins. Again, I'm looking at this depth chart right now as Micah Parsons is rehabbing from that torn ACL. He's on the PUP list to start camp and unlikely to leave the PUP list during camp. So basically, there's almost no shot that Micah Parsons is playing in the first 4 games of the season. A lot of the reporting is that he'll be good to go sometime around mid-October. So for the first third of the season, if not longer, the Packers are going to have to make do without one of the best pass rushers in football. And we saw after he tore his ACL in that game against the Broncos last season, their defense had a steep drop-off, their ability to get after the quarterback. It's a big reason why they couldn't hold that lead against the Chicago Bears, and they couldn't get consistent pressure on the quarterback. So who is going to step up? Is it going to be Lucas Van Ness? Is a guy that we've seen drafted by the Packers, but had 4 sacks his rookie year, has not come close to that since. Their traditional edge rushers, Devontae Wyatt, a guy that had 4 sacks last year. Carl Brooks coming off the other side, going into his 4th season, never had more than 4 sacks in a season. They've got a bunch of guys that can chip in and contribute nicely. But, man, you take Micah Parsons and his double-digit sacks out of the equation, somebody's going to have to step up and be a monster. And I'm excited. And as somebody that has talked highly of the Green Bay Packers this year, my guy Jordan Love, I've got him winning MVP. But on the defensive side, who is going to step up and be that beast that keeps the Packers in contention for the NFC North crown? And how creative is Jonathan Gannon going to have to get? Last time we saw him as a defense coordinator, he won a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. As a head coach, not so great. That Cardinals defense was historically bad last year. So I cannot wait to see how the Packers defense looks to start the year before they get Micah back. But Brad, I know that you're hoping that they will be downright trash because that'll improve your Bears' chances of winning the division yet again.
Oh, you're not lying there. And you look at the Packers opening slate. It's not all that challenging, though. They had 3 road games in the first 4. They open up the season at Minnesota. A bit of a coin flip game there. Then they're on the road against the Jets. That should be an easy victory. Atlanta at home. We talked about all of the question marks about the quarterback position with that franchise. That's in week 3. And then at Tampa. Now, they got a ton of questions right now, but, we fully expect that Baker Mayfield and Vita Vea are going to be in uniform and on the field for that matchup. And then the showdown with my Chicago Bears at Lambeau Field in week 5. So, you might say, okay, 3 road games out of the first 4 to begin the season. But, conceivably, they could be 4-0 heading into that Bears matchup in week 5, and that will be must-see TV. I might have to order a kegger.
Oh, baby. Count me in. Count me in on that kegger. I'll stop by.
Game. Let's go.
Just give me a red Solo cup, and
of course.
We'll crush that thing. We will hammer that thing into submission. Make it squeal. Make that keg squeal, baby. Tap it, slap it, spank it, bump it.
Yes. Stand on it.
Turn it into a game of bop it. Stand on it, headstand on it. I picture Brad Evans in his prime, head standing for a keg. And it's
I went to Illinois. Of course, that was me in my prime.
310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get you some baseball score updates. Don't forget, 20 minutes from now, current Memphis Grizzly Taj Gibson, going into his 18th season in the NBA, will join us to talk about the Grizzlies, to talk about LeBron James, the only active player older than him, about the New York Knicks, his former team, and much, much more. That's coming up at the top of the hour, so you don't want to miss that. But we've got more phone calls to get to when we return, and more sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Philadelphia Eagles are on a short list of teams that I believe could end this season as the number one defense in football. Houston, Seattle, Denver, Philadelphia. The players on this, it's crazy. And if you go to like a website like Our Lads, right, which will give you the NFL depth charts, it's not just the starters. They have backups that would absolutely start on other defenses. It is an embarrassment of riches. Jordan Davis, Moro Ojomo, Jalen Carter, Jihad Campbell, Jalix Hunt, Zach Bond, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Makuba flashed last year. Like, it's Nolan Smith. It's silly. And oh yeah, guy by the name of Vic Fangio, who you might have heard of, one of the greatest defensive coordinators in the history of football, is back for another season, calling the defense. The Eagles' offense has taken center stage this offseason. Much of the discussion has been on Jalen Hurts, the departure of A.J. Brown, the departure of Kevin Patullo, Sean Mannion getting hired, Devontae Smith and company. And we understand why. But with the games coming up soon, I think we also need to consider this defense is ridiculous, it's loaded, and it should surprise nobody if it's the number one defense in the NFL this season.
I'm never going to think, a Kurt Signetti. I just think the program is too buttoned up right now, too good to have. I don't think there's going to be a fall off. I got to tell you, though, anytime you go from a number one overall pick, level quarterback who was very good, not only was Mendoza, physically talented, he had like all the mental aspects there. Josh Hoover, I think, is a nice college player, a player that can come in and still keep things rolling in terms of them, making the playoff in that. Is he a national championship quarterback for me? No. And I think, they obviously they lost a number of talent, skills. And very good in the transfer portal. I love Nick Marsh, who they got over from Michigan State in terms of wide receiver. So they did a nice job backfilling some. Just tough for me with the quarterback downgrade. And, I mean, it's a brutal thing to go back. To be anybody and go back-to-back is tough in this era. But I think Indiana takes a bit of a step back for me. Can still make the playoff, but not a natty contender. The only national championship bet I have put in preseason is on the Oregon Ducks. I think they're absolutely low. And it's not only like they've got the frontline premier talent. It's a depth piece, too. I think you've got multiple options at quarterback. You've got defensive line. And you know what? You've got kind of that bust through that Ingram. Indiana, it's really tough, I think, in today's era now, with all the movement and with all of the, to go back to back. I think Indiana will still be very good. I think Ohio State will still be very good. But it feels like, for me, I think Oregon's the best of those three. And when you factor in the price, too, where you're getting a little bit longer odds on the team that I think is going to be the best of the three, Oregon Ducks, for me, the only natty future I've placed, and the one that I would be recommending right now, but going into the preseason.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Coming up in 15 minutes, the second oldest active player in the NBA will join us here on the show. That is Taj Gibson, former Nick Folk hero. He'll always be a Nick Folk hero in some regards in my mind. I loved watching Taj Gibson play on the Knicks. He's going into his second and final year with the Memphis Grizzlies, going into year number 18. He will be one of the main mentors for Cameron Boozer and a young Grizzlies team. Cannot wait to talk with Taj Gibson. That's coming up in less than 15 minutes from now. But, Brad, we have not talked a whole lot of baseball tonight other than who we think is going to win NL MVP between your guy Pete Carl Armstrong and Shohei Ohtani. Remarkable how those odds have shifted in the last couple of weeks. It is nearly now a pick'em. Speaking of your Cubbies, Brad, give us an update here. Not a whole lot of offense going on right now between the Cubbies and the Cardinals in St. Louis.
Yeah, not much indeed. Let's see. First out for the Cubs as Converto had a leadoff walk. He advances to second base. Ramirez just grounded out. But yeah, 0-0 right now, the top of the fifth inning. Is we got May versus Matthew Boyd. Matthew Boyd is looked really strong in the last couple of starts. Tonight, no exception. Has only allowed 2 hits, has not walked a soul, 4 strikeouts, only 41 pitches thrown through 4 innings. That's it. So he's been virtually untouchable. Alex Bregman has got the only Cub hit so far in this game, a double in the last inning, as we got another ground out there from Dansby Swanson. So now 2 out. Conforto still at second base. Meanwhile, for the Cardinals, the only 2 hits been off the same person's bat, Von Herrera. He's got a double and he's got a single. Yeah, it's a war of attrition right now. 0-0 Cubs-Cardinals as the Cubs have taken the first 2 games in this series, playing exceptional baseball, but it's going to be a nail-biter tonight and ultimately could come down late in the game to the bullpen's action.
Yeah, it shall. So Cubbies and Cardinals locked in a pitcher's duel And so we'll keep you updated on that game. My Yankees go up from the Cubs are in, the Cardinals are in St. Louis, but the Cubbies are the North Satyrs. Let's go to the south side of Chicago, where my New York Yankees are beating up on the White Sox 4-0. Some early offense, early explosions in this game. Paul Goldschmidt with an RBI single. What a freaking year that Goldie is having, by the way. I mean, the guy just ages like a fine wine, 38 years old. And his OPS is still right around 800, 16 bombs, 43 RBIs. And then it was little Aaron Judge Jr., Spencer Jones, who has been a top prospect in the Yankees farm system for the last couple of years. Hasn't quite made the impact that a lot of people were hoping for. A guy that just strikes out way too often, but 6'7", 240 pounds. And when he gets a hold of one, boy, does it go far. And that's exactly what happened in the first inning. Spencer Jones with a bomb to left center field, 380 feet, a 3-run homer. And so the Yankees, behind excellent pitching from maybe the AL Cy Young Award winner, Cam Schlittler, lead the White Sox 4-0. Brad, I'll keep our story that you told me over the weekend to off the air, but I know you were very high on Cam Schlittler last weekend, and so far in 4 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 6 strikeouts. That ERA is almost under 2.
I'll tell the story. I don't give a crap because it's totally legal. I had some THC beverages, and I made the road trip from Central Illinois to my buddy's place in the OHIO just outside of Columbus. I show up, we partake in certain beverages on his back porch. He's got a beautiful big screen television, and he goes, man, I got to bet on something. Which one of these games going to be broadcast on Apple TV? And I'm like, I don't pull it up. And sure enough, it was going to be your Yankees. I'm like, oh, Cam Schlittler, brother. We got to ladder his Ks. So he played 7, 8, 9, and 10 Ks. All 4 of those, we laddered it. Appreciable plus money, cash, and cash. And I said before we locked those bets in, we might want to debate getting greedy and go up to like 12 strikeouts because I think he's going to rack it up. I'm like, nah, that's just stupid. That's probably the wacky tobacco in this beverage talking to me right now. Sure enough, a dozen strikeouts. Schlittler was amazing, and he's looking every bit of that so far tonight. A guy that may soon lock up the AL Cy Young, man. He's had one whale of a season.
Yes, he has, and I've enjoyed watching every single second of it. But the Yankees, they're trying to catch the Rays, Brad, and they just can't do it because the Rays keep on winning. Yankees a game and a half back of the AL East, but it's likely going to stay there, assuming they win, because the Rays are 3 outs away from shutting out the Rangers. 3-0 Tampa. They would go back to 19 games above 500, and classic Tampa Bay Rays, they go with an opener, and their bullpen has just been absolutely lights out, shutting out the Rangers. You got a Yandy Diaz home run early on, and then you got a 2-run bomb from Ryan Valade. Yeah, Ryan Valade. Couldn't tell you who the hell that is, but they just keep getting contributions from all up and down their lineup. Yeah, I don't know. It's a great name, Valade. Sounds like it's like a karate movie villain. It's Valade. Or he sounds like a Mortal Kombat character. But anyway, they're beating the Rangers 3-0. And then let's get a quick update on Let's Go Streaking. Because I know my guy, Stephen Kwan, hit the Kwan, got me on a fresh streak. He got a knock, and you were on Kyle Manzardo. No hit, Brad, but he does have an RBI. So need Kyle Manzardo to come through for you and us. But the rest of our guys, how are we looking here on Let's Go Streaking?
Let's see. Monty had Jordan, and I don't believe that game. Yeah, that game hasn't even started yet. It doesn't start until 9:38 Eastern time. So we're going to have to wait on Jordan Alvarez. Zach's got, of course, Wilson Contreras, and that's a late game as well. But League cash moneyed. He was the first one that got a hit tonight. Had Drake Baldwin of the Atlanta Braves. First at bat, base knock. He's streaking at 5, man, leading the pack. So Monty's got to get a hit to tie him back up for the longest active streak in our MLB streaking game, again at 5 games.
How about that? Golf clap for our guy Lee DeLapp are board up in our Westwood One studios. He gave everybody a mulligan. He got his first one wrong when he made his first official pick. Since then, 5 in a row for lead to lap. That is awesome stuff. That's real good stuff.
Yeah. Bravo.
Give himself a nice round of applause. We love that. All right. Brad,
He
we'll
is.
bid you adieu, brother. We got a big Monster Thursday show tomorrow. It'll be our MLB trade deadline special. We will go deep dive on all the teams that are expected to be buyers, teams we think are going to be sellers, and the players that Brad and I think will be on the move ahead of the deadline coming up in just a couple of days from now, plus a lot more football. You bet your ass. So, Brad, we'll see you tomorrow, brother.
And I'm praying the Cubs actually, I don't know, score some runs. See you tomorrow.
All righty, coming up next, Taj Gibson, current Grizzlies forward, long-time NBA player going into his 18th season. We'll ask him about LeBron. We'll ask him about mentoring Cam Boozer this year and the Grizzlies' chances and so much more on BetMGM tonight.
We'll play some sound for you tomorrow on the show as more Big Ten coaches address the media in Chicago at Media Day. But I wanted to offer this on the top 3 schools in the Big Ten, because I find it very interesting that you can look at Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana and pretty clearly poke a big hole in each team's chances of winning a national championship. They are 3 of the top 5 teams on the odds board. The Big Ten, I know it's a huge conversation in college football circles, college football shows. Has the Big Ten replaced the SEC as the preeminent conference in college football? The last 3 national championship winners would seem to say yes. And again, Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana, 3 of the top 5 teams on the odds board to win this year's Natty. So one big reason here why each of these teams could fall short of its ultimate goal. For Indiana, it's an easy one, right? Can Josh Hoover, the transfer quarterback from TCU, can he give you 80% of what Fernando Mendoza gave last year? That might sound like I'm insulting Hoover. I don't think it is. Mendoza won the Heisman, won the national championship, and was the first pick in the draft. Can Hoover possibly live up to those standards? If he does, Indiana can absolutely go back-to-back. I think Charlie Becker is going to have a monster year catching the ball in this Indiana offense. So Hoover, the question mark in Indiana. For Oregon and Dan Lanning and Dante Moore, who returned so much talent, Kanish just told you, the only team he's bet to win the Natty is Oregon. Can they beat the best teams? That's the book on Oregon. They destroy everybody except for the very best teams every year. Can they scale that final mountain? Can they slay Ohio State? Can they slay Indiana this year? If they can win the Natty. And for Ohio State, Ryan Day strikes me as the type of guy that bungled his way into, like stealing the Maltese Falcon or like the Mona Lisa from the Louvre and got away with it and was lucky to get away with it. And then decides the next morning, you know what? I'm going to hit him today for a Monet. I'm going back. Last year, a lot of us questioned we were wrong. What the hell is he thinking hiring Matt Patricia to run his defense? To be fair, Matt Patricia was awesome calling the defense last year. The Ohio State defense was like the 85 Bears of college football. They were amazing. The offense just couldn't get it together in the playoffs, right? Against Miami and then in the Big Ten title game against Indiana. Do you know, dear listener, dear viewer, are you aware of who is the offensive coordinator this year at Ohio State? Do you know who it is? If you don't, you are in for a treat. It is former Atlanta Falcons head coach. Last year called the plays on offense in Pittsburgh, Arthur Smith. is the offensive coordinator this year for Ohio State, which probably means Jeremiah Smith will basically be a decoy. I don't know if, like, the NIL rules, can they sign Jonnu Smith to play this year? Can Tyler Algier play for the Cardinals on Sunday, but then run the ball for Ohio State on Saturdays? We know what Arthur Smith wants to do. Take the best players on offense and not give them the ball because he's smarter than everybody else. To be fair, I thought Patricia would be a disaster. I was wrong. Also, they had 1 million draft picks, but still, I was wrong. I can't wait to see if I'm going to be wrong about Arthur Smith. So those are the 3 big teams in the Big Ten, all with big-time question marks entering this season.
Day shuts down. The games light up.
Banking that ass left and right.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got 2 solo hours coming your way from now until 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And that means hour number 4 kicks off right now here on this Wednesday. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. All right. It's an honor as a diehard Knicks fan to now be joined by a former New York Knick, but he is a current Memphis Grizzly, and he's going to join us on the show now, entering the final year of his 2-year deal with the Memphis Grizzlies. At age 41, he's the second oldest player, active player in the NBA, behind only LeBron James, and he's heading into his 18th season in the NBA. It's the Brooklyn native, Taj Gibson. Taj, it's Pat Boyle. Thank you so much for joining us, man. How you doing? How's your summer going?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing great, man. I'm definitely going to ask you about the Grizz, and of course I'm going to ask you as a diehard Knicks fan about your former team, about the Knicks. But the big news over the last week or so obviously has been about LeBron James. And again, the only guy that is that is an older active player than you right now in the NBA. So just your overall thoughts on LeBron going to Philly. And a lot of people throw around the term ring chasing when it comes to LeBron. Do you think this is LeBron ring chasing again? And is that a negative in your opinion when people say that?
Well, I don't think I think it's good for basketball, really. I think he's one of the GOATs of our game. I think he's done so much for our game. I think we just got to give him some slack. I think he's been carrying our game for so many years. Why not go to Philadelphia? Why not try to win the ring? Why not try to boast more ratings for our league and try something new? It's easy for him to go out and just be on the shield and go play somewhere and lose, and then we're going to ridicule him more and more. No matter what LeBron does, if he goes to Cleveland, he goes wherever, we're going to ridicule him. So why not just go to Philly and just go get a ring and try to play some competitive basketball on the way out?
Yeah. So do you think LeBron made the right decision? I know obviously it's you're not in his shoes, he's in his shoes, and you're in yours. But the other teams were the Miami Heat. It was maybe going back home again to Cleveland, joining up with Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler in Golden State. Do you think LeBron made the right decision? And how do you think that Sixers team now stacks up with the Knicks and the rest of the East?
Well, without a question, if you look at how Cleveland ended the year last year. They got some pieces and everything is cool, but just seeing how they just kind of let the rope go against the Knicks, you kind of question like, do I fit in well? You can always go back there, but I felt like at the end of the day, he just made the right decision to go play competitive basketball. You look at the pieces, young guys, still have some chances to turn the corner. I'm not mad at that decision. I think it's good for our league. I think the Knicks and Jalen and everybody kind of woke the league up, and I think Philly just made a bold move. Braun made an even bolder move, betting on himself to go there, take a minimum. This is the first time you've seen LeBron James take a minimum, and he's still one of the best players in our league. He holds our league down so much, phenomenal for so many great years. So I'm just excited for the city of Philadelphia to see some great basketball, and the East is going to be really talented this year.
Yes, it will be. We're talking with Taj Gibson right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports, entering the final year of his 2-year deal with the Memphis Grizzlies, heading into his 18th season in the NBA. We'll get to the Grizz in just a bit, but Taj, when you look at that Sixers team, are you worried about maybe clashing of egos? LeBron with Jaylen Brown, two guys that are high usage players. Joel Embiid, if he's able to stay healthy, and then of course there's Tyrese Maxey. Do you think that'll be a problem for the Sixers to find a good closing strategy, or do you think they'll figure it out?
I think when you're a team coming in with high expectations, you're going to go through rough little trembles throughout the year. I think LeBron James is well equipped to come in and be a leader. You got Jalen, you got so many tough pieces. You got Embiid, you got so many guys that's on.
Looks like we might have lost Taj there for a second. Let's see if we can get him connected back in here. Connection was great. So that might have been just a quick little bug there. Let's see if we can get that patched up and get Taj back on the show. This is awesome. Awesome. Get to be able to talk to a current player that has so much experience as Taj does. And to be able to kind of just talk candidly and openly about LeBron. Can't wait to ask him about his current team, the Grizzlies, going into year 18, being able to mentor Cam Boozer, a completely revamped Grizzlies roster this season. Let's be honest, not a whole lot of high expectations, but it's going to be exciting to see Taj and the rest of that team. And I think we got Taj back on the show. So let's get him back in here, Taj. I know that whether it's FaceTime, whatever you're on, could be a pain in the ass, but appreciate you joining back in. We just
storms in New York.
Yeah, I'm right down the road, so I know, man. These last couple of days, thunderstorms, the humidity, it's been off the charts. But we were just talking about maybe clashing of egos with LeBron and the Sixers team and how they close games this year.
I think it shouldn't be any clash of egos. I think they have one common goal, and the goal is to get to the championship. After seeing the Knicks and how successful the Knicks has been, I think everybody has that excitement to go out there and believe that they can do it. And I think Jalen and Hart and all those guys kind of proved that point. And I think the league in the East is even hungry now to try to get to that finals.
One more on LeBron James going to the Sixers here, Taj. You didn't play with Jordan, but you were drafted by the Bulls, and you spent your first 7 seasons in Chicago, so you know what that name means to that city, let alone the entire sport. If LeBron can win a title with the Sixers, in your opinion, does that put him on level terms or close to level terms with MJ in the GOAT debate?
I think he's up there regardless in the GOAT debate. All the things he's done for our league, I think this is just something special that'll be done for the city of Philadelphia, and it'll shine bright for his career. I think MJ has kind of cemented himself with all those six finals, and I think it's always going to be tough to kind of match that. MJ's kind of set the tone, and we're always going to give him his praise, but LeBron is the GOAT of this generation. There's so many great players. Everybody has different sets and different kind of egos, but I think LeBron is definitely our GOAT for our generation, but you got to always give it to MJ, man. Six finals, 6-0. He's a bull.
That's right. We're talking to Taj Gibson here, drafted by the Chicago Bulls, now going into year 18 in the NBA, on year 2 with the Memphis Grizzlies. Let's get to your team, Taj. You signed the 2-year deal with the team back in February, and you don't stay in the NBA this long and play for no reason. Excellent, always at setting screens, solid defender, and of course a great mentor and leader. So just for you really don't have much to prove, I feel like, at this point in your career. So what's the motivation for continuing to play in the NBA? What keeps you coming back for more?
Well, I would say is just loving the craft, loving the brotherhood, just loving to teach what was taught to me summers and summers ago, of just guys having that camaraderie, having that just togetherness of trying to get better every summer. And I look forward to working out in the summers, trying something new, learning how to swim, running the track, just being a professional. And every year I just try to take care of my body, but it's got so to the point where it's like riding a bike for me. If I get a phone call, I'm gonna appreciate it, but it's a part of my life. I just devoted my life to the NBA, but I know sometime it may end, but whenever it may end, it will. And thank you I'm just thankful for my agent. We just been running this course, and he's just been behind me. He's been just challenging me, understanding the fact that there isn't no when you're done. You're done when you say you want to be done, and I'm a testament to that. Because every time I always felt like I was done, the Knicks gave me a call back. Detroit gave me a call. For years, each time I thought I was walking away from the game, different teams gave me that second chance and that new birth. So fingers crossed, we'll see. But I'm just following my path. Like I tell all the young players, just follow your path. Everybody's road to the NBA, everybody's road in the NBA is different. But I'm just a testament to a guy that's just been steady and worked my way through the NBA. And it's to the point where it's not one face in the NBA I don't really know.
That is true. And there is a face that you might not have spent time with him a whole lot on the court just yet, but you will this season. How excited are you to mentor Cam Boozer, the 3rd overall pick for the Memphis Grizzlies? And what are you looking forward to the most about him being on the team and being able to help him along in his rookie season?
Well, it's crazy to me. I pinch myself every day because I remember his father taking us to the house in the summers. And I remember how young they were and how full of life and young and not even knowing what to expect in life. And Carlos was always really just being that father figure, embracing them. And for me, Carlos was always a big brother to me. So when I came into the league, he taught me how to be a pro and do everything the right way. And for him to have his son running the same footsteps, it's like it's a part of our journey. And I'm extremely proud. I'm extremely happy to be a part of his journey, and whoever young player falls in the future's journey, because it's an opportunity of a lifetime. I tell all the young guys, don't never take it for granted.
That is quite the full circle moment. Carlos Boozer, one of your mentors when you were on the Bulls, and one of the leaders, and now you get to be a leader for his son all these years later. Have you guys maybe have some cigars or whatever and just kind of kick back and say, man, what a crazy journey this is? And also, has he kind of been like, hey, don't make sure give Cam a little hazing, like make it a little tough on him once you guys get into training camp? Any conversations like that with Carlos?
Well, not yet. I haven't reached out to Carlos just yet. Right now, I'm in the whole mind frame of just figuring out what's next for Taj. We understand that I could play a whole another year, but right now I'm just trying to figure out what's best for me, what's best for my family. I've been playing this game a long time, so me and my agent just been figuring out what's the next step. But if that time comes, I'm always going to be that vet throughout the league, no matter if I'm on a team or not. I just love the guys. I just love the brotherhood. And I just appreciate just being a part of a strong brotherhood that we call the NBA.
Talking to Taj Gibson here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, heading into his 18th season in the NBA. The Brooklyn native here with us on the show. Make sure you give him a follow on Twitter at Taj Gibson. Taj, now the fun begins for me, or the most fun part here of this interview, because I am a diehard Knicks fan, and as a former Knick, you are still near and dear to many Knicks fans' hearts. And I know you mentioned you're in New York, so I'm guessing you still live in New York City. So I know how appreciated you are. I wish we got that ring for you while you were here. while you were in New York, while you were playing for the Knicks. But what did you think of the Knicks title run this past season? How special was it to witness from afar with some of the guys that you played with, Mitchell Robinson and a couple of others, a couple of years ago?
Man, I shed a tear that night they won the championship. I took a few shots and I just shed a tear because the mission was accomplished. From the day I got there, I remember everybody was killing us about why we picked the Knicks, why the Knicks picked us, and year by year we just got better. I remember that like it was vivid, like yesterday. Just putting the steps in place, and then Leon just constantly giving me the opportunity to be a part of a great opportunity as far as just being with the Knicks and the family, and they treat me really like family. I hugged Leon almost 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas Summer League, and I was just so happy for him, and he gave me the praise back. And New York will always be home, and this is where I was born, and I was just happy to be a part of this great run of just making that turnaround, and it was fun just knowing the whole ups and downs of just trying to get there, and then Jalen and his dad was my vet. His dad taught me how to be a pro, and I'm just so happy that everybody's one tight knit group, and I'm just blessed enough to be a part of it, to be able to wear that jersey, and that's far as the Knicks. And not many people in our hometown can say that. I was lucky that I didn't have to play for the Nets, but the Knicks that's all I know. The Knicks.
That's awesome. Any great Knicks memories from the first 3 years you spent there, or the most recent stint back in the 2023-2024 season? Any great Knicks memories that you'd like to share? Anything about, playing with Brunson or like you mentioned, Leon giving you a second chance? Just any Knicks memories in general that come to mind?
Well, so many great memories from winning 10 in a row multiple times, or the buzzer beater with R.J. Barrett, or just the whole turnaround of this guys going from I don't want to go there, I don't want to play there, to now when I hear guys talk, I want to be a Knick.
It looks like we might have lost Taj here. But let's see if we can maybe get him back in here for one more question. I did want to ask him about where he feels like Jalen Brunson ranks in all-time Knicks lore now. But yeah, he said it before. If you mentioned there is some severe thunderstorms going on in the New York City area. So I know our executive producer Randy Merkin, who lives in Chicago, and a bunch of severe thunderstorms that rolled through the Midwest knocked his power out for a couple of days. So Taj dealing with some T-storms going on in the Big Apple right now, but hopefully he can jump back on for at least one more question. It's crazy, and I'll take this opportunity here to be a little selfish. Again, as a Knicks fan, watching Taj Gibson play for the Knicks a couple of years ago, and a guy that is just a great veteran leader, and hoping that the Knicks could win championships a few years ago, and saying, well, you need guys like this. You need the guys like Taj Gibson. You need those veterans. You need those presences on your bench. I mean, forever, Udonis Haslem was that presence with the Miami Heat, and Taj Gibson has been able to be that veteran presence for so many different teams over the last couple of years. But when guys would have injuries, or if the Knicks are playing a back-to-back or their third game in 4 nights, and Taj gets in there and sets some great screens and makes things happen on defense. A long 82-game season. It's not all paved with gold. It's not all the star players putting up 30 points and hitting their averages every single night. There are many, many nights where you need the role players. You need the veterans to step up and perform. And it was awesome to see Taj fill that role many, many times for the Knicks. Taj, I'll only keep you another minute or two here because I know you're battling Mother Nature in New York City. But one last thing I wanted to ask you was about Jalen Brunson. Where do you view him now in the NBA hierarchy that he led the Knicks to a title? And where do you view him in all-time Knicks hierarchy?
I would say, as far as NBA, he's up there, like top 3. You have to give it to him. He's a killer. MVP, everything. He deserves it. Won in college, won everything, shut everybody up. Won in the hottest market in the NBA. Give it to him. But as far as NBA, as far as Knicks, I'm such a big Nick fan growing up. We got Clyde, you got Pat Ewing. He's for me, he's like in between Pat. I think he's number two now. He's number two now. I always give it to Walt. Walt held it down for us for many years, and his voice over the summer leagues so many times, and all the ups and downs. He's the original, but he's gotta definitely be number two. Pat is number three for sure for me. Pat was high on Pat is my OG. I just saw him in Vegas. He's been so huge for the Knicks over the years, even being there. The list can always split, but I gotta give it to Walt, man. He's been great for the Knicks, man.
That's awesome. Taj, really appreciate the time, man. Once a Nick, always a Nick. But really appreciate you joining the show here, and good luck this year. Hoping for big things for you. Hope to see you on some League Pass games with the Grizzlies, surprising a lot of folks and picking up some W's and doing what you do best, and that is playing some gritty defense, setting some awesome screens, and making things happen. So hopefully catch up with you soon, man. Appreciate the time.
Appreciate you guys, man. See you guys later.
There you go. The great Taj Gibson, the former New York Knick, entering his 18th season in the NBA, 41 years old, still getting it done, still carving out a role for himself, talking all things LeBron James, Jalen Brunson, the New York Knicks, and this Memphis Grizzlies team for this upcoming season. That was fun. That was fun. And like I said, it's not like Taj Gibson played for the Knicks back in 2012 or 2013, after his time with the Chicago Bulls. He played with the Knicks as recently as 2 years ago. So to have so many of those memories fresh in my head and be able to chat with him, that was awesome. Shout out to our executive producer, Randy Merkin, for getting Taj on the show. And that was good stuff. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your calls. We'll get your texts. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Why doesn't Jerry Jones call Mark Davis or John Spytek or Tom Brady and try to get Max Crosby to Dallas? Tell me why that shouldn't happen. Tell me why it doesn't make sense for the Las Vegas Raiders to move on from Crosby. They can't win. They cannot win. So why keep him on the roster? Get future capital so you can win down the road. Makes sense, right? This is what I was saying about the Browns and Myles Garrett. And a lot of you said I was nuts. Oh, my God, you can't. He just won Defensive Player of the Year and set the sack record. You can't trade him. You can't? Really? You can't? You lose 1,000,000 games with him. You can lose 1,000,000 games without him. Of course you can trade Mac. Crosby's great. He's awesome. But he's not enough. No one's enough single-handedly defensive pass rusher to take a bad team and make it great. Because if it were true that it could happen, the Browns would have made the playoffs last year with Myles Garrett. So trading Max Crosby gives the Raiders a better chance of being good down the line, which is the timeline they're on with their first overall pick at quarterback. And the Cowboys, on the other side of this, are ready to push their chips in. Right? George Pickens under contract for this year. Dak's not a young man anymore as far by NFL standards, right? The offensive line's really good. Javonte Williams is an underrated running back. You've got this infusion of youth and playmaking on defense with an exciting new defensive coordinator. You put Max Crosby in the mix there? Maybe right now you like the Eagles in the NFCs. We'll talk about the Eagles later in the show and their extension of Jalen Carter. And I'm really high on the Eagles this year. Maybe you like the Eagles in the NFC East. If I asked you right now, Max Crosby's on the Cowboys. The Cowboys trade a future one and maybe something else. Not 2 ones, but a future one and maybe something else for Max Crosby. He's on the Cowboys this year. Who are you picking to win the NFC East? Does it change your thought process? If you think the Cowboys will be on the outside looking in of the playoffs this year, like there's no way, unless you're a gigantic hater, you think they're going like 4-13, right? So if they're going to miss the playoffs, they're not going to miss it by much. What if Max Crosby's on the team? Now, for Atlanta, Tua could be back in 5 days, in which case, no big deal. But if this is going to be something that lingers, I mean, they're beyond screwed. Like, you can't have this. Now, you know, because you've been listening to the show, watching the show, that I said literally like the day the Falcons signed Tua. Tua's going to be the Falcons starting quarterback this season. And he should be. He absolutely should be. He was not good, obviously, last year in Miami, and obviously wore his welcome out in Miami. But let's not forget this, and this is not me making the case for Tua to win MVP or win the Super Bowl. I'm not saying that. But there were points in his Miami tenure where we're towards the end of the year, and he's up there in the MVP odds. Like, he led them to the playoffs a couple times. The games didn't go great. The game in Kansas City, he got hurt before the Buffalo game. But he did not. Tua Tagovailoa does not suck. He might not be as good as Justin Herbert or Joe Burrow, also picked in the top 10 of the NFL draft in 2021. He might not be that, but he's definitely not bad. He's not bad. And in this Kevin Stefanski offense, where he just needs to be the point guard, get the ball to Drake London and to Kyle Pitts and obviously to Bijan Robinson, I think Stefanski's a really good coach. They retained defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich. It looks like James Pierce Jr. is going to be able to play this year. Maybe he's suspended to start the year, but he showed a ton of promise last year as a rookie pass rusher. If you told me Tua plays in every game this year, I'm taking the Falcons to win the division. It cannot be Michael Penix. It can't, with how he looked last year. Like, okay, Penix has a better arm than Tua, but he's inaccurate. I'll take the accurate quarterback who can't, fire a piss missile 60 yards down the field, especially in this Kevin Stefanski offense. So the signing of Cooper Rush, I think, is really good for Atlanta. He might be their backup quarterback in week 1.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Come on. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That was a treat last segment. Huge shout out to my guy Taj Gibson for joining us on the show, going into year 18 in the NBA. Second oldest active player in the NBA right now, only behind LeBron James. Getting ready for the second final year with the Memphis Grizzlies. Going to be a big mentor for Cam Boozer. I guess look, I'll pull back the curtain here. The second year with the Grizzlies is not guaranteed for Taj Gibson in Memphis. I was searching all the depths of the internet, all the Memphis Grizzlies fan pages. I guess there is a date and time that the Grizzlies would have to make a decision on this second year of his contract. Again, it was not guaranteed when they signed him back in February, but I'm hoping that when it comes time to open up training camp for all the NBA teams in about a month from now, just over a month and a half, that Taj Gibson is indeed, without a doubt, a member of that Grizzlies roster, because that'll be fun to watch him mentor Cam Boozer. Mentioned it's kind of a full circle moment for him. And, I mean, he's just one of the most likable guys in the NBA. A leader, gritty player, always brought energy always brought great leadership. Gives his all every time he's on the floor, no matter what team he's playing for. I mean, you see guys in the NBA and they hit their prime, and then by 33, 34, 35, they're out of the league. They have to retire, or they go play overseas for a couple of years just to make some last money. Taj Gibson is 41, has never been an elite scorer, and is still finding opportunities in the NBA. So that is awesome, man. I will always have a soft spot in my heart for Taj Gibson, even if I wasn't a Knicks fan. But the fact that he played some pivotal roles for those Knicks teams on the up and up when it was Tom Thibodeau, after the Knicks finally were able to get back into the postseason, and they had the run to the second round, got knocked out by the Heat, got knocked out by the Pacers. Taj Gibson was on those teams. Came back to the Knicks in 2024, 2 years ago. And they once again got knocked out by the Pistons. So, as an OG, and like you said, growing up a Knicks fan, growing up in New York City, a Brooklyn native, being a Knicks fan, being able to then play for the Knicks, man, that's special. So, pardon me for geeking out over being able to chat with Taj Gibson. But again, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Also, as a Giants fan, you'll have to pardon me for injecting my fandom into this conversation, but either way, it is a big storyline here in the NFL, and the health of Malik Neighbors going into training camp was going to be a big talking point. And over the last couple of weeks, a lot of pessimism by yours truly and a lot of Giants fans over Malik Neighbors saying that he kind of really hasn't done much. He's not running much. And there's a big question mark about whether or not he would be on the PUP list, on the PUP list going into training camp. Had to have that cleanup procedure done after he tore his ACL back in week 4 last year. Well, not only did Malik Neighbors attend practice in training camp today, but he looked good. He looked good in his first practice since knee injury. So he wasn't on the field with the offense during team drills, but Malik Neighbors did take part in the individual portion of the full team practice today. And John Harbaugh said Neighbors looked good. And even though it'll be a little while before he partakes in a full practice, the fact that he was out there, saw him catching some passes, that knee looks good to me, man. He's got some spring. He looks like the Malik Neighbors that terrorized defenses in his rookie season. And I'm back in. I was hesitant to be in. I said earlier this offseason, I think the Giants are a playoff team. I think the Giants are going to win 10 games. And then there was the troubling news about Malik Neighbors. And I thought, wow, I just can't imagine if he doesn't start week 1 or he's on a pitch count. If he's on a snap count for week 1, week 2, first few weeks of the season, they're going to ease him back in. That doesn't make me feel great. I know there's still some ways to go. Again, he didn't take part in the full offense team drill portion of practice, but he was out there for the individual stuff, and I saw some clips. He looked good to me. So my expectation is that in another 5-6 weeks from now, when the Giants are suiting up to play the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football to start the season, Malik Neighbors will not only be out there, he will be out there in full capacity, and I'm back all in on the Giants making the playoffs. I'm in. Giants to make the playoffs with our friends at BetMGM, by the way, plus 265. Giants to miss the playoffs is more than minus 300. Like, there is not high expectations for this team. Their win total is 7.5. They are expected to be a below 500 team. I think the Giants are making the playoffs. If Neighbors is healthy, you saw what he was able to do his rookie season. Cam Scadaboo's healthy. I mean, my God, cool it on the backflips, please. But his ankle's good. His ankle's 100%. The Giants adding Isaiah Likely was the biggest acquisition of the offseason for them. Because not only is that a red zone threat that gives Jackson Dart another option to look out for in the end zone, but Isaiah Likely is an underrated run blocker as well. That helps out an offensive line that was average. They were average last year. They were finally healthy, But they have since, and again, I wanted Caleb Downs, but I'll be the first to say, damn it, I'm glad the Giants got Francis Maui-Noah and put him at right guard if he looks like he did at Miami. And you got 3-4 horses on that offensive line. Not to mention all the improvements that the Giants have made at defense in the offseason. Bringing in Tremaine Edmonds from the Chicago Bears. Drafting Arvell Reese, the other draft pick. Again, I wanted Caleb Downs, but Tremaine Edmonds, still in the prime of his career at 28 years old. The guy has had 100-plus tackles every single season of his NFL career. A guy that's been as durable as they come from his time with the Buffalo Bills and now the Chicago Bears. The Giants haven't had good linebacker play in years, middle linebacker play. And now they've got Tremaine Edmonds, who's a pro's pro, and they've got Arvell Reese, 20-year-old physical specimen in Arvell Reese. I can't wait. Look, the one thing is, how is this pass rush going to live up to the hype? Because it didn't live up to the hype last year. Outside of Brian Burns was spectacular. Brian Burns coming off a season where he had 16 and a half sacks and 3 forced fumbles last year. But outside of that, Abdul Carter falling asleep in practice, missing practice because he's fallen asleep in the team facility. Only finished with 4 sacks last year, where it felt like he has the capability to rack up double-digit sacks. Kayvon Thibodeau, who I'm kind of surprised is still on the team. He only had 2.5 sacks last year. He hasn't really been able to stay healthy for the last 2 seasons. If one of those guys, I'm not asking for both of them, but if one of them, either Abdul Carter or Kayvon Thibodeau, can have a big year. And Brian Burns is going to be getting double-teamed and chipped, and teams are going to spend all their focus on him. This Giants pass rush is going to take them over the top. That, Jackson Dart playing like he did last year, need to learn how to slide, need to learn how to avoid so many costly hits, need to stay out of the blue medical tent. It's a legit concern that I don't blame anybody for having. But you saw the talent that Jackson Dart has, like the talent that is oozing off this team. You have a 23-year-old franchise quarterback that I feel like not enough people realize accounted for 24 touchdowns and only 7 turnovers last year. 24 touchdowns and only 7 turnovers. And not just a guy that had to do it all with his legs. Jackson Dart, in 14 games, which, again, half of those felt like they were cut short because of the injuries, and he played in week 2 and week 3 against Dallas and Kansas City in mop-up duty. Jackson Dart only made 12 starts, and again, he spent like 3 or 4 of those games time in the medical tent. So in 12 starts, he threw for over 2,200 yards. A 24-year-old running back in Cam Scadaboo, who was just tearing defenses apart until that gruesome injury. Cam Scadaboo starting with week 3 in Kansas City and going through week 7 in Denver, a 5-game sample size. Cam Scadaboo averaged. I had the number here. Hold on. Averaged 70 rushing yards and 33 receiving yards against the Chiefs, Chargers, Saints, Eagles, and Broncos defenses. Let me say that again. A 5-game sample against the Chiefs, Chargers, Saints, okay, but then the Eagles and the Broncos. Cam Scadaboo, a rookie, wasn't even really the starting running back. He was averaging 100 yards from scrimmage in those games and had 5 touchdowns. That is how special this Giants offense could be this year. And now seeing Malik Neighbors, just a small clip, just the fact that he was out there, partaking in drills, catching footballs, looking good, not looking limited. The fact that Malik Neighbors looks healthy, oh boy. Oh boy. The Giants are going to be a problem this year. You mark my words. It's not just fandom. The Giants are going to be a problem. They're going to be a big, big problem for a lot of teams. They're going to be in the playoffs. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. All right, so we talked hoops with the great Taj Gibson. We pivoted. We talked some football. Malik Neighbors looks healthy. We're going to pivot, talk some baseball when we come back. Will we get the blockbuster trade that everybody is wondering whether or not we're going to get? Is it going to happen in the next couple of days here? What an unceremonious way it might have ended in the Motor City, if it is indeed the last start for one Tarek Skubal in a Tigers uniform. We'll talk about that when we come back. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood on Sports.
And if it's true, right, and I believe it is, that the upside for the Las Vegas Raiders is to not win 10 games this year. Like, they're not going to the playoffs. So even if, which would be an unmitigated disaster, if Kirk Cousins starts 17 games this year for the Raiders, it should mean that they're in playoff contention, right? That's the only reason they would do it. Like, there's no way that happens. It's not possible, given the division they play in and the lack of talent overall on the roster. And they can fix that heading into next season, right? So if that's true, and there's no ultimate upside here, then what is the point of playing Kirk Cousins? Why do you play him? And I don't want to hear, well, the Chiefs sat Patrick Mahomes. Okay, like, the Chiefs had Alex Smith, and, like, we're a winning team under Andy Reid. Not with a first-year head coach. That's not what this is. Like, okay, Aaron Rodgers sat for years behind Brett Favre. Jordan Love sat for years behind Aaron Rodgers. We can play this game any way you want. I can bring up the quarterbacks that played immediately and had success. I don't want to hear it. I don't understand the points here. So what? So you can win 6 games with Kirk Cousins? Why? Like, why? Mendoza has to get reps under center. You want him to face live bullets. You just gave him $57 million guaranteed. He represents a hope for this, a legitimate hope, not like a Jamarcus Russell hope, a legitimate hope for this franchise that they can maybe, one day potentially win a couple playoff games, which they haven't done in 2 decades. Mendoza can maybe make that happen for you. We just saw it happen at Indiana. And every single first-team rep that he does not get, that Kirk Cousins gets instead, is a waste. Is a waste. And if Kirk Cousins is under center, week 1 at home against the Miami, like, the Raiders are going to win that game, right? With Kirk Cousins starting. You would think, given how bad Miami is. Miami at the start of one of the great rebuilds we've ever seen in sports. Raiders can win that game with Kirk Cousins. Do you know who else they can probably win that game with? Fernando Mendoza. Just get it over with. Like, rip the Band-Aid off and play the kid. It is a gigantic, gigantic deal for Team USA, for Pochettino to potentially return. I know that the game against Belgium didn't go the way any of us wanted it to go. I know that. But it's also true that the United States, and I know this because I've been watching since 1990. I remember the 1990 World Cup and certainly 1994. The United States has never played as well, and you can bring up 2002, I get it. Like, I watched those games also. They never played attacking football, attacking soccer like they did in this World Cup. They've never done it before. Even if the result at the end was not what we wanted and they bowed out terribly, unlike in 2002 when the United States barely lost to a Germany team that boasted the best player in the World Cup, the Golden Ball winner, in keeper Oliver Kahn, that lost in the final to Brazil. They never played in 2002 as well as they did, reach those heights that they did in this World Cup. With a bunch of young players who all have a ton of potential. I don't know if it would have been a disaster, only because I don't know who they would have hired to replace him. Maybe it would have been someone really good also. But I didn't want that to even potentially be a thing. And it won't be now, reportedly. So we don't know for sure that Pochettino will return, but it looks like he's going to. And that is great, great news for United States soccer fans, because if he's back coaching this team at the 2030 World Cup, I legitimately believe that our expectations can be a little high here. And that's really fun. And there will be higher expectations heading into 2030 than there were heading into this 2026 World Cup when the United States won the group and won a game in the knockout stage. So again, per our friends at The Athletic, it looks like Pochettino will return as the coach of the United States team. Close on the deal is the headline, courtesy of The Athletic. So good stuff.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. Coming up at the top of the hour, we will do hot or cold. We got some juicy topics, some football, a little bit of baseball, a little bit of basketball, a little bit of everything. A little bit of everything, Mikey. So can't wait for that. Kicking off hour number 5. Also, at some point before the show ends in the final hour, my thoughts on the Bills' new uniforms. Hint, yuck. But earlier today, Wednesday, matinee getaway day for a lot of teams, as is normally the case. End of a 3-game series. Play a day game so you can hit the road, Jack, get onto your next destination. That was the case for the Detroit Tigers and the Baltimore Orioles. But it was a special occasion. Hopefully for Tigers fans, it wasn't a special occasion, but boy, they did. They made sure they left no stone unturned. Tarek Skubal, best pitcher in the game right now, the 2-time reigning AL Cy Young Award winner. Hopefully you know by now he has been embroiled in trade rumors all season, since before the season began, when he and the Tigers could not come to an agreement on a contract extension. He had a record-setting arbitration that paid him $32 million this year after the Tigers filed at $19 million. It was the largest gap in MLB arbitration history. It smashed David Price's previous pitcher arbitration record, which was just under $20 million, and it even broke Juan Soto's overall arbitration eligible salary record of $31 million. Look, the Tigers front office and Tigers ownership, they've put themselves in this situation. You had years. You had years to get this done. And they couldn't come to an agreement. They didn't want to pay Tarek Skubal what he's worth, which is $450 million. And so this was always going to happen. We were always going to get to this particular week, trade deadline week, with the trade deadline coming up on Monday. And I always thought this year was unique because we're staring down the barrel of a potential lockout next season. The CBA, the collective bargaining agreement, expiring. You know by now every Major League Baseball owner wants a salary cap. The players and the Players Association want no part of that. And if they can't come to an agreement on a potential salary cap and a salary floor, which I think would ultimately be the agreement that gets us playing baseball next year and hopefully not in June after missing 50, 60 games of the schedule, but playing baseball in April. But because of that, I always thought, well, maybe the Tigers won't trade Tarek Skubal no matter what position they're in because, yeah, he might be a free agent at the end of the season. Maybe deep down he's fed up with Detroit. He knows they don't want to pay him a big contract. He knows he can get $500 million and half of it in deferred money from the Dodgers, or the Yankees would probably make an offer, or the Mets would probably make an offer this offseason. The Mets will definitely make an offer this offseason because Steve Cohen, he's going to throw every dollar that he's got in his savings account at Tarek Skubal after the disaster they've become. I don't care what let David Stearns, the boy genius, find the gems. And enough nonsense. David Stearns, please get lost. That's what Steve Cohen should be saying. So again, maybe Tarek Skubal, maybe the Tigers never really had a chance, even if there's a salary cap this offseason, because maybe Tarek Skubal, again, deep down, I'm done. You guys could have paid me. You didn't want to pay me. And you came in with some cheapo offer in arbitration. So that's it. I'm leaving, no matter what the circumstances are in the offseason. But if there is a salary cap implemented and there becomes a quickly solidified market for top-of-the-line starting pitchers, Tarek Skubal sets that market. But he can't get $400 million. He can't get $500 million. I mean, unless you want to spread it out over 12, 13 years, which those days, I think, of those contracts are long gone in baseball. So we're looking at even the best starting pitchers in the game making what? If there's a $275 million salary cap or $300 million salary cap and you got a 26-man roster, walk with me here. Salary cap in the NFL this year is $301 million. Dak Prescott makes $60 million a year. That's 20%. And that's quarterback. We know how much starting pitchers have kind of been devalued by front offices across baseball here. But even if Tarek Skubal gets 20%, which I don't think is going to happen, 20% of the salary cap, just like star quarterbacks get nearly 20% of the NFL salary cap, a $300 million salary cap in baseball would mean Tarek Skubal would be getting $60 million a year. And if it's an 8-year contract, there's your $480 million. But again, starting pitchers have been devalued. You don't need starting pitching anymore. You can just use openers. You can use bullpen arms. I think it's more likely that the top end of a starting pitching market, if there's a salary cap in baseball, is paying the top of the top, the Tarek Skubals of baseball, is paying them no more than $45 million a year. So Tarek Skubal, who is 29, going to be 30 this offseason. What's he getting at most? 7 years? 8 years? $45 million a pop times 8 years. And again, I still think that would be like an aggressive offer. Like that would be a big offer. 8 years, $45 million a year. That's $360 million. You catch my drift? Tarek Skubal is going to lose out on at least $100 million in total salary if there's a salary cap. That makes it more feasible for the Tigers to pay him. But maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe they don't want to pay him no matter what. And so today might have been a farewell to Tarek Skubal. And he got a standing ovation multiple times from the crowd. They played earlier this afternoon, as I mentioned. The Tigers led at 1.7-0. Tarek Skubal took a shutout into the 7th inning. Then he gave up a single to Tavares. got pulled from the game, and the Tigers bullpen continued to implode, melted down. Nobody could get outs. The other inherited runners scored, and the relievers behind Tarek Skubal completely blew the game. The Tigers were up 7-0. Skubal, in what could have been his final start in a Tigers uniform, gets spoiled. The bullpen gives up 9 unanswered runs. Even then, they come back to tie it in the bottom of the 11th, but they lose to the Orioles 10-9 in 12 innings, again in a game that Tarek Skubal took a shutout into the 7th. And so that was unfortunate. But Tarek Skubal said about getting cheered, getting standing ovations. He also got his 1,000th career strikeout in this game, by the way. You want to talk about making it real emotional? Skubal said, quote, "For some reason, strikeout marks hit differently for me. Reaching 200 strikeouts for the first time was a huge milestone for me, and as I was getting close to 1,000, it just felt really cool." He said when asked about the fans giving him the salutes, Skubal said, quote, "I'm just trying to live in the moment. There are a lot of things going on around me that I can't control. When the fans get on their feet like that, it's special. Something I've always appreciated. Hopefully they feel like I've given everything to the team and the city because I truly have. I'll never forget this for sure." I saw Jeff Passan say today, a lot of folks in the industry think they're resigned to thinking that the Dodgers, of course, are going to trade for and acquire Tarek Skubal. And after what Tarek Skubal said today, I didn't think the Tigers would be dumb enough to trade him. I thought they absolutely should have held on to him. But after today, I'm starting to think he's going to be a freaking Dodger over the weekend. Hot or cold coming up next to kick off the final hour. I'm Pat Boyle.
This is West.
The Philadelphia Eagles are on a short list of teams that I believe could end this season as the number one defense in football. Houston, Seattle, Denver, Philadelphia. The players on this, it's crazy. And if you go to like a website like Our Lads, right, which will give you the NFL depth charts, it's not just the starters. They have backups that would absolutely start on other defenses. It is an embarrassment of riches. Jordan Davis, Moro Ojomo, Jalen Carter, Jihad Campbell, Jalix Hunt, Zach Bond, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Makuba flashed last year. Like, it's Nolan Smith. It's silly. And oh yeah, guy by the name of Vic Fangio, who you might have heard of, one of the greatest defensive coordinators in the history of football, is back for another season, calling the defense. The Eagles' offense has taken center stage this offseason. Much of the discussion has been on Jalen Hurts, the departure of A.J. Brown, the departure of Kevin Patullo, Sean Mannion getting hired, Devontae Smith and company. And we understand why. But with the games coming up soon, I think we also need to consider this defense is ridiculous, it's loaded, and it should surprise nobody if it's the number one defense in the NFL this season.
I'm never going to think, a Kurt Signetti. I just think the program is too buttoned up right now, too good to have. I don't think there's going to be a fall off. I got to tell you, though, anytime you go from a number one overall pick, level quarterback who was very good, not only was Mendoza, physically talented, he had like all the mental aspects there. Josh Hoover, I think, is a nice college player, a player that can come in and still keep things rolling in terms of them, making the playoff and that. Is he a national championship quarterback for me? No. And I think, they lost, a number of talent, skills, and they very good in the transfer portal. I love Nick Marsh, who they got over from Michigan State in terms of wide receiver. So they did a nice job backfilling some. Just tough for me with the quarterback downgrade. And, it's a brutal thing to go back. That could be anybody and go back-to-back. It's tough in this era. But I think Indiana takes a bit of a step back for me. Can still make the playoff, but not a natty contender. The only national championship bet I have put in preseason is on the Oregon Ducks. I think they're absolutely and it's not only they've got the frontline premier talent. It's a depth piece too. I think you've got multiple options at quarterback. You've got defensive line, and you know what? You've got kind of that buster, that Ingram. Indiana. It's really tough, I think, in today's era now, with all the movement and with all of the, to go back to back. I think Indiana will still be very good. I think Ohio State will still be very good. But it feels like, for me, I think Oregon's the best of those three. And when you factor in the price, too, where you're getting a little bit longer odds on the team that I think is going to be the best of the three, Oregon Ducks, for me, the only natty future I've placed, and the one that I would be recommending right now for going into the preseason.
The day shuts down. The games light up.
Banking that ass left and right.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Hump Day Wednesday night show kicks off right now. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Great show so far. A lot of fun. In case you missed anything, we talked a lot of football in the first hour. Falcons quarterback room. Michael Penix told reporters might be 4 weeks before he gets cleared to return to practice. Tua Tagovailoa did not participate in practice today because he's got a tight back. He's expected to miss some time, quote unquote, sometime. And so the Falcons quarterback room, not off to a good start. Bijan Robinson is a training camp hold-in. So I had some decent expectations for the Falcons, but, after just 1 day at training camp, yikes. It could be a long first season for Kevin Stefanski. It's early. Maybe we're overreacting to the first 2 days of camp, as I am often to do, but not great. Not great. Also talked to Evan Giddings about the San Francisco 49ers. He's a host on 95.7 The Game in the Bay Area, our sister station. Did our three-point stance on the 49ers. Feels like their window is closing fast. Feels like it's a make-or-break season for Kyle Shanahan and the Niners. Talked to Taj Gibson, current Grizzlies player going into year 18 in the NBA. The 41-year-old, the second oldest active player in the league right now, behind only LeBron, former Knick. That was a ton of fun. Make sure you check that out in case you missed it. You can rewind on the Odyssey app. You can download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Our social media team has done a tremendous job already pushing out some clips, again, at BetMGM Tonight. So that was awesome to be able to talk to Brooklyn native grew up a Knicks fan. Taj Gibson, who is, again, going into year 18 and is expected to be a mentor for Cam Boozer and a completely revamped Grizzlies roster. So that was awesome. Number to join the show, open phone lines in the final hour, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. But we kick off the final hour with a little hot or cold. Producer Zach Kroll filling in for Brandon Combs. Zach, what's going on, brother?
Pat, what's going on? Happy to be here, and I'm ready for some hot or cold.
Let's go. Let's get after it. What do you got?
All right. We started the show, as you mentioned, talking about the Atlanta Falcons and their quarterback situation. And it always confused me a little bit. Like, you already had one lefty quarterback who's kind of injury prone in Michael Penix. I was a little bit confused on why exactly the team decided to bring in Tua Tagovailoa, another lefty who has proven he kind of has trouble staying on the field. And the guy in the offseason that I actually wanted the Falcons to go after, because it's clear Michael Penix didn't do enough to just be handed the job, especially with the new regime. Hot or cold, should the Falcons entertain the idea of trading for Anthony Richardson?
Oh, cold. Cold as ice here, Zach. Anthony Richardson, really? Now, look, I think Tua is washed, but I understand why. You mentioned one injury-riddled or injury-prone lefty quarterback. You bring in another lefty quarterback. Lefty quarterbacks are rare. They're weirdos. I'm a lefty. I wasn't a lefty quarterback, but I was a lefty pitcher. People, you're a weirdo. You're a lefty, you're a weirdo. And so last year when it was Kirk Cousins and Penix, I think the nuances of having the left tackle be your blindside protector when Cousins was your quarterback, the right tackle being your blindside protector for Penix, I think that makes things weird. You'd rather have two lefty quarterbacks. That's the only reason for me that it made sense to bring in Tua. But, I mean, come on. Anthony Richardson, I mean, the guy got hurt, and I'm not trying to make – I mean, look, he's made more money in just a couple of years than I'll ever make in my lifetime probably. Hopefully not, but probably. So I guess I could say this and not feel bad about it. The guy got hurt putting on a little rubber band knee strap last year. He fractured his eye socket, his orbital bone. I mean, you want to talk about injury prone. He couldn't even stay on the field. He couldn't even put on his gear without getting hurt, let alone what happened 2 years ago, the last time we actually saw him when he was tapping out of drives because he was gassed, because he was fatigued. And you want the Falcons to bring in Anthony Richardson. I mean, hell, why don't we just bring in Jamarcus Russell? Why don't we bring in every other fit? Why don't we bring in, what's his name? Drew Rosen? Who the hell was it? Rosen from the, what the hell was his name?
Josh Rosen.
Josh Rosen. I mean, my God, you want to talk about a more forgettable bust of a draft pick? Why don't we bring in Josh Rosen and Jamarcus Russell and have this be the bust draft pick quarterback room? Come on. Now, I know that Anthony Richardson and the Colts, they were trying to trade him. Daniel Jones, if he's good to go, that it doesn't seem like there's room for Anthony Richardson. I did see Chris Ballard, though, a day ago say that he sees a QB room with Anthony Richardson despite the trade ask, but no. The Falcons, they brought in Cooper Rush. That is somebody that is, honestly, that was really smart. You know, I'm not saying Cooper Rush is going to, win them a ton of games this year, but we saw him with the Dallas Cowboys. That's a guy that is a pro. He's a veteran. He's going to come in, and if nothing else, he's going to help get this offense up to speed. I mean, it's a brand new playbook. This is a brand new head coach in Kevin Stefanski. This is a brand new offense. You need somebody that you can rely on to at least handle the maturity, and even if he knows he's only there for a couple of weeks, hey, you're serving a role in training camp. You got to get these guys on the same page. That's a smart signing. Cooper Rush, not Anthony Richardson. No, thank you. No, thank you to Anthony Richardson, Zach.
I mean, he is only 24 years old, and we've seen so many guys like Baker Mayfield, like Sam Darnold, Kevin Stefanski. He's supposed to be this quarterback whisperer. You're not entertaining that idea if you're Atlanta?
No. Are you entertaining the idea? Just because Anthony Richardson is 24 years old, I could find you some other 24-year-olds to try to come in and play quarterback as well.
Yeah, look, I think it's safe to say Anthony Richardson was overdrafted. He should not have been the top 5 pick, and the Colts obviously regret that decision, investing in him that highly as soon as Shane Steichen got there. But the physical tools have always intrigued me, and he's only 24 years old, and I'm with you on Tua. I don't understand bringing him in. I think he should be to blame for a lot of Miami's struggles. Mike McDaniel, I think, made the most out of that situation working with him. And I'm not even ready to give up on Michael Penix yet. I think if you're Atlanta, I know it was a prior regime, but you did invest the top 10 pick in him. I know he's had some trouble staying healthy. The swing, like, why not? Like, what's the downside of it?
Well, that's why for me, I'm not ready to give up on Michael Penix. I call him the Penix God. And I know Monty, our VP, Michael Montgomery, he's Penix's biggest hater. But I'm not ready to give up on Michael Penix. I mean, he was pretty decent when he was on the field last year. I think people can, maybe whoever the PR leader of the Michael Penix Stinks fan club made sure to blast like a couple of clips on social media. Or like maybe we just happened to see the Falcons at the wrong times if you watch on Red Zone last year. Because, it's just a montage of, oh, look at this thrown into the dirt way over the receiver's head. When you look at what the body of work of what Michael Penix was able to put forward last year before he got hurt, it wasn't a bad season. It really wasn't a bad season. 9 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, had a couple of big games early on in the season, and a completion percentage that was higher than Caleb Williams. So, yeah, he had some ugly games. I remember that week 3 game against Carolina. That was a clunker. Week 2 against Minnesota, he didn't look great. But week 4 against Washington, in a win, 34-27. He throws for over 300 yards. Had a big game there. In week 6, does anybody remember Michael Penix and the Falcons beating Josh Allen and the Bills comfortably by double digits? Josh Allen turned the ball over 2 times in that game. Michael Penix didn't commit a single turnover. Had a 97 quarterback rating. Like, the talent is there. The potential is there. The injuries, yes. You feel like he's prone to being injured his entire career, but Zach, he is too young to just give up on. He's going into year 3. And I think that in terms of the talent and the upside that he has, like, yeah, Anthony Richardson has talent and upside and potential, but I mean, it became pretty clear he was never going to reach that. Michael Penix showed a lot in the first half of the season last year, and so that's why I was upset. And from afar, as somebody that I thought with Michael Penix under center, the Falcons could be a wild card team this year. That sucked to hear that he is not even cleared for practice until maybe a month from now.
That's always been the major concern with Penix, right? Is the injuries. Even going back to his time in Indiana, he's already suffered 2 torn ACLs. And the big question also is, how exactly does Kevin Stefanski, Ian Cunningham, Matt Ryan is now heavily involved? Like, how does this new regime really feel about him? Because they were not the ones that took him in the top 10. That's the question we all need to find out.
That's the question. Great point there, Zach. That is the question. You mentioned they spent an 8th overall draft pick on him. They spent considerable draft capital when they signed Kirk Cousins in that offseason as well. But yeah, that wasn't Ian Cunningham, and that wasn't Matty Ice that drafted him. So they have no reason to have any loyalty to him. But he is on your roster, and Tua is your really only other viable option. So I feel like you kind of owe it to yourselves to give Michael Penix a fair shake this year. But that has become complicated with the fact that he might not even step on the practice field until after the final preseason game has already been played. Before we continue with hot or cold, really quickly, we do have a caller that wants to weigh in on the Atlanta Falcons. So 310-840-4910, and it's our guy Johnny in the ATL. Johnny in Atlanta, next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Johnny?
Hey, man, right now, every Falcon fan is taking liquor suggestions because we need it. Because how this training camp started off, it started off bad. Both of the quarterbacks hurt. Our backup running back got hurt, and our starting running back sitting out for get his money. Our right tackle hurt. Our defensive coordinator got personal problems, and I don't want to talk about what happened to James Pierce. So right now, we taking liquor suggestions, and I'm with the guy. We might looking at Anthony Richardson. I was talking about that too. I like, hey, it won't hurt him or Quinn Ewers because it's proven that the 2 quarterbacks we got would not last the whole season. Because the back injury is hard to come back from, man. I don't care what they say. So right now, the liquor stores in Georgia are going to be packed on Sundays. So I'm looking for some suggestions. I don't know what to say right now. It's very pathetic.
What's your drink
right
of
now.
choice, Johnny? What would be Johnny in Atlanta's drink of choice?
I don't know, man. I need something expensive but won't give me no headache because the Falcons gonna give me the headache. I need something to make me be delusional and think they ain't really having a good game. So I don't know, man. I'm not a heavy drinker like that, but I need some suggestions, man, because this right now is starting off bad. So
it is. It is, Johnny.
know.
And then look, let me quell your fears on Bijan Robinson. And Brad and I talked about it, and I know the headline sounds bad. Bijan Robinson, a training camp hold-in on top of the quarterbacks being hurt and the other plethora of issues that you mentioned. Look, I honestly, Bijan Robinson not practicing for the first 2 weeks in training camp, if that's how long this lasts, I could give a damn. And Falcons fans could give a damn as well. You don't need Bijan Robinson right now on the practice field. Now, I understand it's a new playbook, and I understand it's a new head coach, Kevin Stefanski, so you want everybody on the same page, and you want cohesion. Bijan's a pro. He's the best running back in football. Him missing out on the first 2 weeks of training camp practices, it ain't going to hurt a soul. It ain't going to affect the chemistry of this offense one bit. It's the quarterbacks not learning the playbook and not getting into rhythm with their receivers is what the issue would be. Bijan's fine. He's going to get paid. He's going to get his money, and he's going to be putting up close to 2,000 yards from scrimmage this year. I got no problem about that, and I got no fear about it. Really, it is Penix, and it's the knee that I'm hoping he is good to go for week one. That even if nothing else, if the Falcons kind of have to make the professional smart decision and say, hey, Tua's going to be our week one quarterback because there was no time. There was just no time for Penix to get ready that quickly for the demands of an NFL game. And so it might be a bit of a rough start. I mean, I guess you kind of have to root for Tua, but I don't know, Johnny. I feel like the best chances of success for this team still lie with Michael Penix.
Like I said, I disagree with you. I said Tua going to be the offensive player of the year. But the thing is, he can't be hurt. And my thing is like this with Bijan, we should have paid him instead of Kyle Pitts. We paying everybody but the bell cow. We paying everybody
Bijan.
but him. I know, but we still paid Kyle Pitts and Drake all that money. We should have paid.
You didn't pay Kyle
Bijan
Pitts. He's on the franchise tag. Actually, no, that's wrong.
No,
Sorry.
we paid
Last
him.
month, 3-year extension. My apologies. You're right.
We paid him, and I'm leaving with this. So if Tua stay healthy, he will be the offensive player of the year. I agree. I'm telling you right now. All right, that's my take.
All right. Well, then, so what are you worried about a stiff back for Tua? I mean, I know it doesn't look great, but it's not like he's not in Penix's shoes. Penix says it's probably going to be 4 weeks before he gets cleared to return to practice. Tua's got a stiff back. You're saying he's going to be the offensive player of the year? Or was it the comeback player of the year? I don't know, Johnny. I don't know if you need to find a liquor store in Atlanta. I think you got plenty of booze in you if you actually think that Tua is going to win the comeback player of the year or the offensive player of the year. You already been drinking, Johnny. You don't need more alcohol. Let me hit you with your quote. Come on, Johnny. That's ludicrous. Tua, offensive player of the year. I mean, my God. But you are in the same vein, Johnny. You say, I don't know, maybe we should get Anthony Richardson. Why don't you go out and bring in Diego Pavia? The Ravens just waived him. Why don't you bring him in? Bring in Johnny Manziel as well. Let's make this a 3-ring circus in Atlanta. Let's see how many washed up, terrible, never reached their potential quarterbacks you could bring in if you guys are serious about bringing in Anthony Richardson. Come on. Zach, what's next?
We go from one quarterback competition to another. And aside from Atlanta, Minnesota is another big quarterback competition that's going on between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. Both were out there on the practice field today. And our next prompt here on Hot or Cold, will Kyler Murray be the Vikings quarterback for the entirety of the 2026 season? Or he will be hot or cold?
That's another quarterback that I'm not too particularly fond of. But you know what? It's a bit of a hedge. I don't think the Vikings will be good. I don't think they'll be a playoff team, but I don't think they'll be terrible. I think Brian Flores and that defense will be good enough. And I think the weapons around Kyler Murray are undeniable. I still think Justin Jefferson is pound for pound the best receiver in football. Love me some Jordan Addison as well. TJ Hawkinson is fully healthy. The run game, I got some question marks about, right? Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason, they just don't do it for me. They don't get me out of bed. But Kyler Murray's better than J.J. McCarthy. And I don't think Kyler Murray is that great of a quarterback. I don't think he's a winning player. I don't think just like Tua, I don't think he can recapture his former glory from his first 2-3 seasons in the NFL, but he'd either have to get hurt, and I'm not going to go ahead and predict another injury for Kyler Murray. So unless he gets hurt, he'd have to be real, real bad. Or the Vikings would have to be real, real bad for them to go back to J.J. McCarthy again. So as much as I don't think the Vikings will be a playoff team, I think they'll be close. I think they'll be in the mix probably until the midway through December. And so I'll say hot. Kyler Murray will be the Vikings QB for the entirety of the 2026 season.
The thing that does fascinate me about J.J. McCarthy is that as much as he did struggle for the majority of last season, he did play his best football towards the back end of the season. And I thought he did show some flashes where it's like, okay, maybe this guy could be the future quarterback in Minnesota. That Sunday night game against Dallas is really the one that comes to mind. I know the Cowboys defense was not anything to write home about, but he was great in that game. And part of me is a little bit surprised how quickly Kevin O'Connell has seemingly given up on him. But I guess with the firing of their former GM, Adolfo Mensa, maybe he was the guy all along that had that power. But I thought O'Connell really ran the organization, but I guess he wasn't.
I think there is an incredible amount of trust placed in Kevin O'Connell by the Wilf family, the owners of the Vikings. And so when they decided to make Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah the former GM, when they decided to make him the scapegoat, I think Kevin O'Connell realized, okay, even if I was hitching my wagon to J.J. McCarthy, I can't be anymore. I've survived, and so the organization they want Kyler Murray. Yeah, I'll get on board with Kyler Murray. Sure. What was the number one reason that Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah was fired? Probably drafting J.J. McCarthy. So yeah, Kevin O'Connell knew that he had to pivot. I think he loved J.J. McCarthy in the beginning, but then once we saw the play on the field, I think Kevin O'Connell was like, "Oh, everybody thinks I'm a genius. I'm not letting this kid ruin my reputation. Get me a veteran in here. Get me either Tua or get me Kyler Murray." And they decided to go with Kyler Murray. So I think he's going to ride Kyler Murray as long as he possibly can.
Okay, Pat, one more prompt here on Hot or Cold quickly, and this is actually one that just came to mind. It's not even on our sheet of prompts, but it caught my attention, and I'd love your thoughts. One player that's really, I know it's been a day, but he had a great day of camp so far, and the more I think about it, I think this guy could be a real impact player this season, is Titans rookie wide receiver Carnell Tate, the number 4 overall pick in the draft. And he had a couple of sick catches today. You saw in the highlight reels. So for our next prompt here on Hot or Cold, Carnell Tate will be the most impactful rookie wide receiver during this 2026 NFL season.
I will go hot. I will go hot because I'm just trying to think back here. Let me just pull up, make sure I have everybody. I don't want to forget anybody, but I know Jordan Tyson, Mekhi Lemon were next after him. And then it was KC Concepcion and Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana, and then Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss, who we had talked about earlier in the show, to the 49ers. Yeah, I'm going to go hot. Yeah, Carnell Tate. Again, think about it. Jordan Tyson, he's got Chris Olave on the opposite side of him. Mekhi Lemon, he's got Devontae Smith. KC Concepcion, he's got a fellow rookie in Denzel Boston, but they've also got Jerry Jeudy. Plus, Harold Fannin is probably the number 1 pass-catching weapon in that offense. Carnell Tate is expected to be the number 1 pass-catching option. He's expected to be the number 1 weapon. Like, it's on his shoulders. So he's got to have a big impact. And I know they signed Wan'Dale Robinson and Brian Dable, who's the new offense coordinator there after he got fired by the Giants. That's why Wan'Dale Robinson came to Tennessee, link up with his old head coach. So Wan'Dale Robinson will be a big part of the offense. And they still have Calvin Ridley. But they didn't draft Carnell Tate number 4 overall for no reason. They think he's going to be a stud. And yeah, he did look polished at OTAs. He did look polished at training camp today. And he looked polished in OTAs back in June as well. His route running made some great catches. So yeah, I'm going to say hot. Carnell Tate will be the most impactful rookie receiver. And that AFC South, Zach, it is unpredictable. Both the NFC South and the AFC South. I did not expect the Jaguars to win 9 games in a row last year to end the season and win 13 games. But they did. It felt like it was the Texans division once again. They started off 0-3, but their defense kept them alive. They end up winning 8 games in a row to end the season. They win 12 games. And the Colts were looking like they were going to win that division early on. Then Daniel Jones gets hurt. But man, if Carnell Tate is legit and looks as good this season as he did in practice today, and I know it's practice, but I know there's a lot of folks in Nashville that are fired up about Carnell Tate. Cam Ward, he would be just the latest of young quarterbacks that had a bad head coach in their rookie season. And I know that the head coach is Robert Saleh, but Brian Dable is the offensive coordinator. He's the play caller. We saw what he was able to help do with Josh Allen years ago. Saw what Brian Dable was able to do with Jackson Dart last year. If Cam Ward, just like Drake May, and just like some other second-year quarterbacks that took that big leap once they got a better coach or a better play caller along their side, Titans, 9 wins, 10 wins. I don't see it happening, but it's not impossible. It's certainly within the realm of possibilities. So if Carnell Tate and Cam Ward are able to feed families this year, as the kids like to say in Nashville, then it could be a real exciting season for the Titans.
Absolutely. And I agree with you. I think the AFC South is super hard to predict. And really, the Jaguars for me might be the most difficult team to predict in all of the NFL, because I didn't like their offseason, but I do like their head coach quarterback combination. I don't know what to do with them.
Yeah. I don't know what to do with them either. I'm just going to have to wait and see if they maybe knock me out of my survivor pool or, cost me a parlay in one of the first few weeks of the season. Let me see. What are the Titans' schedule? What does it look like? Could they be a landmine for a lot of folks? One? Oh, they got the Jets. Well, there you go. I mean, they got a real tough schedule after that. They better hope they get that first win. If they lose to the Jets in week 1, everything I just said about giving them some credit and giving them some hope, it'll go right down the drain if they lose to the Jets in week 1. Because after that, they play the Eagles, then they play the Giants on the road, then the Ravens on the road, then the Texans. I mean, my gosh, that 4-game stretch right there, that is brutal. That is brutal. And I know some folks think, oh, well, the Giants are a 500 team, Pat. Not in my opinion. They're a 10-win team. They're going to make the playoffs. So I see 4 straight playoff teams there. And even if you don't think the Giants are that great, it's on the road, and it's Brian Dable's former team. That'll be an emotional one. How about that? Week 1, you get Salah's revenge. Week 3, you get Dable's revenge. But, if the Titans do look good and they clobber the Jets in week 1, then who knows? Maybe they might surprise a lot of teams this year. 310-840-4910. That's the number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll get to some of your calls and your texts when we return. Get you a scoreboard update as well. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
ever going to think, a Kurt Signetti, I just think the program is too buttoned up right now, too good to have. I don't think there's going to be a fall off. I got to tell you, though, anytime you go from a number one overall pick, level quarterback who was very good, not only was Mendoza, physically talented, he had like all the mental aspects there. Josh Hoover, I think, is a nice college player, a player that can come in and still keep things rolling in terms of them, making the playoff in that. Is he a national championship quarterback for me? No. And I think, they lost a number of talent, skills, and they very good in the transfer portal. I love Nick Marsh, who they got over from Michigan State in terms of wide receiver. So they did a nice job backfilling some. Just tough for me with the quarterback downgrade. And, it's a brutal thing to go back. That could be anybody and go back-to-back. It's tough in this era, but I think Indiana takes a bit of a step back for me. Can still make the playoff, but not a natty contender. The only national championship bet I have put in preseason is on the Oregon Ducks. I think they're absolutely and it's not only they've got the frontline premier talent. It's a depth piece too. I think you've got multiple options at quarterback. You've got defensive line, and you know what? You've got kind of that bust through that Ingram. Indiana. It's really tough, I think, in today's era now with all the movement and with all of the, to go back to back. I think Indiana will still be very good. I think Ohio State will still be very good, but it feels like for me, I think Oregon's the best of those three. And when you factor in the price too, where you're getting a little bit longer odds on the team that I think is going to be the best of the three, Oregon Ducks for me, the only natty future I've placed and the one that I would be recommending right now for going into the preseason.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We're going to talk a potential disastrous injury for the Bengals and a folklore hero for the Saints not coming back for another season in just a bit. But let's get you caught up here on some baseball scores, because my New York Yankees, well, it wasn't too long ago, Brad and I got you some updates. The Yankees were up 4-0. Cam Schlittler was absolutely rolling, and he did for the most part. 6 1/3, 2 hits, just gave up 1 earned run to go with 8 strikeouts. Yankees led 4-0 going into the bottom of the 7th. Oh, the White Sox then came back and tied it in the 8th. He had a 2-run bomb from Sam Antonacci, and that was followed back-to-back. Munetaka Murakami left the yard, and the White Sox from 4-0 down, tied the game at 4. They're in extra innings right now, top of the 10th. Yankees and White Sox 4 apiece. The Yankees, they won the first 2 games of this series, trying to set themselves up for a sweep, trying to stay on the heels of the Tampa Bay Rays, who won yet again today, shutting out the Rangers. And the White Sox trying to hold on to their 1-game lead in the AL Central. This is a hell of a ball game going on right now. The Yankees have the runner on third with 2 outs in the top of the 10th. As Ben Rice flew out to center, that's how Max Schumann was able to go over to third base. So that's a big game right there in extra innings. See if the Yankees can pull it out or if the White Sox can complete what would be a hell of a comeback. Speaking of a comeback, we have one maybe brewing in St. Louis as well. That was the other game we were focusing in on since Brad and most of the crew are Cubbies fans. They were scoreless with the Cardinals. We didn't have a single freaking run until the top of the 10th when Pete Crow Armstrong continued this MVP caliber season. He might be the favorite for the MVP come tomorrow. He might be the favorite in the betting market with our friends at BetMGM. PCA with a 2-run bomb in the top of the 10th put the Cubbies up 2-0. But here in the bottom of the 10th, bases loaded, nobody out for the Cardinals, and Jordan Walker at the dish, the home run derby champion, having an incredible season. Bases loaded, nobody out against the Cubs bullpen, which right now they've got Trent Thornton on the mound. 32-year-old that has actually pitched quite well for the Cubbies. He's actually closed a couple of games here in the last few weeks, but boy, he's got his hands full right now. So we'll keep you posted on both of those games in extra innings. Yankees, White Sox, Cubs, Cardinals, playoff implications galore in both of those games. And I believe to get an update on Let's Go Streaking. So PCA's home run. Did Brad take PCA today? No, Brad took a Cleveland Guardian like me. He had Kyle Manzardo, who ended up getting a knock. So Brad's guy got a knock. My guy, I had not Jose Ramirez. I took Steven Kwan. He got a knock. Lee had Drake Baldwin. He got a knock. That's 5 in a row for our guy Lee. And then we're down at Yordan Alvarez for Monty, who is 0 for 2. And I saw Monty in our show chat not too long ago say that Yordan Alvarez in his first at-bat lined out to first on a ball that was hit 110 miles per hour. That's unfortunate. And then our guy Zach, filling in for producer Brandon Combs, Zach Kroll, he took Wilson Contreras for the 3rd straight night after he let him down each of the last 2 nights. And Wilson Contreras 0 for 1 so far with a walk. Well, if it was Let's Go Walking, Zach would be red hot because I think Wilson Contreras has had like 4 walks in the last 3 games against the A's. Oh boy, and I believe the Cardinals just walked off the Cubbies. Yep. Wow. Cardinals just walked off the Cubs. Oh, that one's going to sting for Brad, for Monty, for Combs. So Jordan Walker ended up grounding to a fielder's choice that got the run home. That made it 2-1. And then Ivan Herrera with a walk-off double into the left center field gap. And after PCA hits a home run in the top of the 10th, it's all for nothing as the Cardinals walk off the Cubs in the bottom of the 10th. Crazy. Crazy. I mean, look, that home run's not going to be completely for nothing because it might make him the NL MVP favorite in the betting market by tomorrow morning. Yankees were scoreless, by the way, in the top of the 10th, so the White Sox have a chance to come back and walk off the Yankees in the bottom of the 10th. And let's get you one more scoreboard update here. Dodgers and the Mariners in L.A. Shohei Ohtani in his first at-bat did not get a hit, but then Andy Pages hit his 18th home run of the season, so the Dodgers lead the Mariners 1-0. All right, couple of extra football news and notes here out of training camp. You know, I said I wasn't ready to officially make my prediction that the Cincinnati Bengals were going to win the AFC North because I wanted to see how their defense played in training camp. I wanted to see maybe a preseason game, see them play with some fire, see them play with some freaking pride, this embarrassing slop of a unit over the last 2 years. And, well, they fell victim to a likely season-ending injury earlier today in training camp when their second-year pass rusher, Shamar Stewart was carted off the field with a leg injury on the first day of training camp. The 17th overall pick last year battled injuries, had an injury-riddled rookie season, only ended up playing 8 games, only had 1 sack. He was hoping to have a big year number 2, but was carted off the field. I don't believe we had the severity determined of the injury following imaging that he had done at Paycor Stadium, but he was in a protective leg brace on his left leg and he was on crutches. And I know earlier this week, defensive coordinator Al Golden was saying, quote, he gives us great versatility. We should see a huge jump with him, to be honest with you. Well, there is a chance he's going to be on the shelf the entire season. And for a Bengals defense that has to play better, you would think they will play better. They added Dexter Lawrence. They added Boye Mafe. Well, a healthy Shamar Stewart in year number 2 could have certainly helped that defense as well. But we'll have to wait the update that it did not look good. And then in New Orleans, Taysom Hill is saying goodbye. Taysom Hill will not be returning to the New Orleans Saints for a 10th season. He posted that just about an hour or 2 ago on social media. He did not mention whether he was going to retire. So he's leaving the door open to playing elsewhere, but this is the first public comment since the end of the season. I mean, we're at the end of July. They just started training camp, and I'm not sure if Taysom Hill was lobbying to try to get a pay raise or whatnot, or a new contract, but that's the end of his time with the Saints. Taysom Hill said, quote, in the social media post, I still don't have a clear answer about what the future holds, but I know that returning to New Orleans is not in the cards. As training camp begins, I didn't want my silence to be misinterpreted, and as hard as it is to put into words, I wanted to express my gratitude. So the Swiss Army knife, it no longer has a place with the Saints. And I get it, right? Because at this point, this is Tyler Shuck's team. And, you know, every little time that Taysom Hill comes in there to for a quarterback sweep or a quarterback draw, it takes away from Tyler Shuck, right? I mean, you wouldn't, and again, not to compare Tyler Shuck to like Tom Brady or Peyton Manning, but you wouldn't do that to Tom Brady or Peyton Manning. You wouldn't have this Swiss Army knife player that can play tight end, but he can also play quarterback. He can throw you the occasional pass, and he can run for you. Now, I'm trying to think here off the top of my head. Did Taysom Hill, how many passes did he even actually throw last year? Because I know for the most part, they used him just to run the football, and they used him as a tight end. So I don't even know if he was, maybe that's a lame reasoning that I even gave out there, that they don't want to take away from Tyler Shuck. But I don't know. I feel like Taysom Hill, if I had him on my team, I'd find ways to use him. And the Saints are telling us that they have no reasons and no ways to use him. Maybe when I think of Taysom Hill, I do think of all the great moments. I do think of all, the highlight reel montage of Taysom Hill is playing in my head. This is a guy that scored, he had 6 touchdowns in 2024. He did score a rushing touchdown last year. He had 52 carries for 114 yards. 6 touchdowns in 2024, 6 touchdowns in 2023, 9 touchdowns in 2022. Right? So, I mean, he was an impactful player, whether he was playing, again, that wildcat kind of offense that they would throw him in there and run just to keep teams honest, or if they used him as just a traditional tight end, or if they used him as like a fullback that they could also hand the ball off to. I always felt like when Taysom Hill had the ball, something exciting was going to happen. So, I don't know. The Saints couldn't bring him back on a minimum contract. I hope. Hell, I'll take the Giants. But Taysom Hill and Cam Scadaboo in the same backfield. Give it to me. Give it to me. The Giants did sign Patrick Ricard, so they kind of have no use for Taysom Hill. But I do hope he lands somewhere, because that guy is awesome. Taysom Hill is freaking awesome. I love watching him play football. He ain't going to play football for the Saints this year, so we'll see if he finds a landing spot or if he's got to call it a career. 310-840-4910. We will finish up with your phone calls when we come back. We've got some folks on hold, so stay there. We will get some phone calls in here before we say goodbye. And also, are the Bills uniforms terrible, or are we just overreacting? New unis for the Buffalo Bills. We'll explain when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
We'll play some sound for you tomorrow on the show as more Big Ten coaches address the media in Chicago at Media Day. But I wanted to offer this on the top 3 schools in the Big Ten, because I find it very interesting that you can look at Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana and pretty clearly poke a big hole in each team's chances of winning a national championship. They are 3 of the top 5 teams on the odds board. The Big Ten, I know it's a huge conversation in college football circles, college football shows. Has the Big Ten replaced the SEC as the preeminent conference in college football? The last 3 national championship winners would seem to say yes. And again, Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana, 3 of the top 5 teams on the odds board to win this year's Natty. So one big reason here why each of these teams could fall short of its ultimate goal. For Indiana, it's an easy one, right? Can Josh Hoover, the transfer quarterback from TCU, can he give you 80% of what Fernando Mendoza gave last year? That might sound like I'm insulting Hoover. I don't think it is. Mendoza won the Heisman, won the national championship, and was the first pick in the draft. Can Hoover possibly live up to those standards? If he does, Indiana can absolutely go back-to-back. I think Charlie Becker is going to have a monster year catching the ball in this Indiana offense. So Hoover, the question mark in Indiana. For Oregon and Dan Lanning and Dante Moore, who returned so much talent, Kanish just told you, the only team he's bet to win the Natty is Oregon. Can they beat the best teams? That's the book on Oregon. They destroy everybody except for the very best teams every year. Can they scale that final mountain? Can they slay Ohio State? Can they slay Indiana this year? If they can win the Natty. And for Ohio State, Ryan Day strikes me as the type of guy that bungled his way into, stealing the Maltese Falcon or the Mona Lisa from the Louvre and got away with it and was lucky to get away with it. And then decides the next morning, you know what? I'm going to hit him today for a Monet. I'm going back. Last year, a lot of us questioned we were wrong. What the hell is he thinking hiring Matt Patricia to run his defense? To be fair, Matt Patricia was awesome calling the defense last year. The Ohio State defense was like the 85 Bears of college football. They were amazing. The offense just couldn't get it together in the playoffs, right? Against Miami and then in the Big Ten title game against Indiana. Do you know, dear listener, dear viewer, are you aware of who is the offensive coordinator this year at Ohio State? Do you know who it is? If you don't, you are in for a treat. It is former Atlanta Falcons head coach. Last year called the plays on offense in Pittsburgh. Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator this year for Ohio State, which probably means Jeremiah Smith will basically be a decoy. I don't know if the NIL rules, can they sign Jonnu Smith to play this year? Can Tyler Algier play for the Cardinals on Sunday, but then run the ball for Ohio State on Saturdays? We know what Arthur Smith wants to do. Take the best players on offense and not give them the ball because he's smarter than everybody else. To be fair, I thought Patricia would be a disaster. I was wrong. Also, they had 1 million draft picks, but still, I was wrong. I can't wait to see if I'm going to be wrong about Arthur Smith. So those are the three big teams in the Big Ten, all with big-time question marks entering this season.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. I'm going to squeeze in these new Bills uniforms here in just a bit, but I want to get to a couple of phone calls first. 310-840-4910. Let's go to Lamar, who's in Miami, next up on BetMGM Tonight with me, Pat Boyle. What's up, Lamar? How you doing?
What's going on, man? I just want to entertain the caller, Johnny from Atlanta. Me being a Dolphins fan, just want to let him know what he inherited. A noodle-armed quarterback who's never available and who also has the worst press conference. Like, just do your research on this guy. That's all I'm saying. Anybody who can hear my voice who's an Atlanta Falcon fan, do the research on this guy, and you're going to see what bum you inherited. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, geez, Lamar, appreciate the call. That is a scathing review, to say the least, on Tua Tagovailoa. Yeah, look, I mean, Johnny in Atlanta is off his rocker, thinking that he is going to win. And I'm pretty sure I heard him correctly. Offensive Player of the Year, even if he meant Comeback Player of the Year. The fact that he thinks Tua is going to win that over Patrick Mahomes is blasphemous. So there you go. You got it from a Dolphins fan straight, what you can expect with Tua. Look, and I'm all for second chances because I'm sure people would have had some choice words to say about Sam Darnold a couple of years ago. Some people would have had some choice words to say about Geno Smith when he went to the Seahawks. There's a guy that got punched in the face by a teammate with the Jets, and then Geno Smith had a nice couple of years with the Seattle Seahawks. So second chances, sometimes they bring the best out in folks, but I tend to agree. I don't think Tua has much to offer for this Falcons team. 310-840-4910. All right, if you're watching the show live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we're going to show you the new Bills uniforms they're calling their Nickel City unis. And if you are not watching and you're just listening to the show, traditional radio or on the Odyssey app or on the Westwood One Sports app, I'll try to paint the picture for you. So for those of you that know what the Detroit Lions all gray uniforms look like that they've been wearing for a couple of years, I'm not the biggest fan of those, but like these new Bills uniforms make those all gray Lions ones with the blue helmet look like the best unis ever. These are just flat out ugly. They are just like charcoal gray. They're not that dark, but they're essentially that same color as those Lions all gray unis. It is an ugly gray from head to toe. Well, not from head to toe, but the top, the jersey top and the pants are all gray. The numbers are just a solid blue, and there's a little Bills logo on the like in between the chest and the shoulder. And then the helmets, it's not even the Bills logo. It's like the stripe. It's that red Bill stripe that you normally see underneath the Bill. Or whatever you would call the Bills logo. What is the Bills logo, by the way? Bills logo is the it's the Charging Buffalo. I'm saying the Bill. The Buffalo is what I meant. And, it's the Bill. Like their normal logo is the Charging Buffalo. And the red slanting stripe streaming from its horn. This new helmet is just, again, it's solid blue that doesn't even, it's like an offshoot of the Bills blue, and it's just got that stripe starting from like the back of the helmet, and it only goes like halfway to the side. It's terrible. They are completely ugly. And Josh Allen told people to stop hating. No, we are not going to stop hating. They are god-awful uniforms. Why? You're going to choose those to roll out in your new season with the new stadium? I mean, my God, what a terrible uniform decision. Terrible. All right, we got like 20 seconds. Let's get to Chance and Bama real quick. 310-840-4910. Chance, you got like literally 20 seconds, bro. Give me one sentence on the Bills unis. Go ahead.
Man, I appreciate it. One sentence on them, they're ugly. And the one thing that makes me the maddest is that they're doing this whole blue collar crap. We just built a new stadium where we're going to have to pay thousands of dollars. Talk about bad timing. Tickets are skyrocketed, and we're talking about blue collar. What a joke. The uniforms are a joke. Hideous. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Chance. Yeah, there you go. Now, look, I mean, I'm Buffalo Bills fans. They are the best. But, yeah, that new stadium, somebody's got to pay for it. Somebody's got to pay for it. At least you don't have to shovel the snow out of the stadium anymore. Fun show. Thanks to my VP, Michael Montgomery. Monty, thanks to Zach Kroll. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy. Co-host Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Thanks to Lee in Westwood One Studios. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Why doesn't Jerry Jones call Mark Davis or John Spytek or Tom Brady and try to get Max Crosby to Dallas? Tell me why that shouldn't happen. Tell me why it doesn't make sense for the Las Vegas Raiders to move on from Crosby. They can't win. They cannot win. So why keep him on the roster? Get future capital so you can win down the road. Makes sense, right? This is what I was saying about the Browns and Myles Garrett. And a lot of you said I was nuts. Oh, my God, you can't. He just won Defensive Player of the Year and set the sack record. You can't trade him. You can't? Really? You can't? You lose 1 million games with him. You can lose 1 million games without him. Of course you can trade Max. Crosby's great. He's awesome. But he's not enough. No one's enough single-handedly a defensive pass rusher to take a bad team and make it great. Because if it were true that it could happen, the Browns would have made the playoffs last year with Myles Garrett. So trading Max Crosby gives the Raiders a better chance of being good down the line, which you know is the timeline they're on with their first overall pick at quarterback. And the Cowboys, on the other side of this, are ready to push their chips in. Right? George Pickens under contract for this year. Dak's not a young man anymore as far by NFL standards, right? The offensive line's really good. Javonte Williams is an underrated running back. You've got this infusion of youth and playmaking on defense with an exciting new defensive coordinator. You put Max Crosby in the mix there? Maybe right now you like the Eagles in the NFC. We'll talk about the Eagles later in the show and their extension of Jalen Carter. And I'm really high on the Eagles this year. Maybe you like the Eagles in the NFC East. If I asked you right now, Max Crosby's on the Cowboys. The Cowboys trade a future one and maybe something else. Not 2 ones, but a future one and maybe something else for Max Crosby. He's on the Cowboys this year. Who are you picking to win the NFC East? Does it change your thought process? If you think the Cowboys will be on the outside looking in of the playoffs this year, like there's no way unless you're a gigantic hater you think they're going like 4-13, right? So if they're going to miss the playoffs, they're not going to miss it by much. What if Max Crosby's on the team? Now, for Atlanta, Tua could be back in 5 days, in which case, no big deal. But if this is going to be something that lingers, I mean, they're beyond screwed. Like, you can't have this. Now, you know, because you've been listening to the show, watching the show, that I said literally like the day the Falcons signed Tua. Tua's going to be the Falcons starting quarterback this season. And he should be. He absolutely should be. He was not good, obviously, last year in Miami, and obviously wore his welcome out in Miami. But let's not forget this, and this is not me making the case for Tua to win MVP or win the Super Bowl. I'm not saying that. But there were points in his Miami tenure where we're towards the end of the year, and he's up there in the MVP odds. Like, he led them to the playoffs a couple times. The games didn't go great. The game in Kansas City, he got hurt before the Buffalo game. But he did not. Tua Tagovailoa does not suck. He might not be as good as Justin Herbert or Joe Burrow, also picked in the top 10 of the NFL draft in 2021. He might not be that, but he's definitely not bad. He's not bad. And in this Kevin Stefanski offense, where he just needs to be the point guard, get the ball to Drake London and to Kyle Pitts and obviously to Bijan Robinson, I think Stefanski's a really good coach. They retained defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich. It looks like James Pierce Jr. is going to be able to play this year. Maybe he's suspended to start the year, but he showed a ton of promise last year as a rookie pass rusher. If you told